Um, but
Oh! Ready for some fun, guys?
oh, is he coming in?
Oh, real quick,
Oh,
I put this picture up just to put it in perspective. That's an That's an Arleigh Burke destroyer next to a Los Angeles class. The
yeah.
draft on those two vessels is about the same.
Wow.
That-
I was trying to
Perspective, huh?
explain. I was trying to explain to my wife that about an early Burke, just the massive firepower, because we were talking about this whole thing with Iran, and I was talking about so what if one of them's going through the Straits of Hormuz and gets fired on by Iran? And she was like, "Oh my God, what if that happens?" And I'm like, "Iran is fucked if that happens."
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit, because a DDG can fuck Iran's world in about 10 minutes. They may sink it, but they're gonna die in the process.
All right.
Got about
Hello,
90,
sir. How are you
96
today?
tomahawks on that thing. So.
Why that?
Hold on.
What are you pulling up now, Jay?
The chart for that area.
Oh,
This is measured in feet. We were getting pushed up this way.
Oh yeah.
Are you sure, Jared, that you didn't have tugs?
I did not see one when I was up there for that part of the turn because I was wondering how the fuck are we going to get out of here?
I just can't. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I wouldn't do that without tugs. At least tugs at the ready, because a CVN just can't turn like that.
That turn, it looks worse than it is. It looks worse on that map than it actually was. But then again, before I went there, I looked and I was like, wait a minute, the base is here. We need to get out over here. How the fuck are we going to go? And
Yeah,
I saw that turn, and that's why I was concerned. But if you notice, that narrow part is still almost a mile wide. So that turn is not as sharp as it looks on the map from overhead. But
I'd be
it still
interested to know the advance and
it
transfer
still
of-
messes with the mind.
yeah, it's really weird. All right, let's get over to Flat Earth Aussie Jesus that we got over here. How are you, sir?
Ross,
You're muted.
Yeah, you gotta unmute yourself down at the bottom bar of the window.
We were just talking some Navy stuff. Sorry to impose.
So
You're
Very
still
Navy
muted.
heavy in here right now.
Oh, I think you dropped out.
there you go. Now you're unmuted.
Oh, there you go,
Okay,
sir.
How are we doing?
We have excellent. How are you, sir?
Oh, very well, thanks.
So I heard from one of my cohorts here that you were enjoying yourself in one of the text chats on the Discord server.
Oh, I was just briefly looking at it while doing a few other things, yeah. But I actually had a better discussion with Planar Walker, I think he's called, earlier this morning, a New Zealand fella, and
Yeah,
I had quite
Planner
a good
Walk.
discussion there.
He's a nice young man.
Yeah. So we had a very civil discussion and discussed many things, and that's how I basically met a few more Discord groups. So I got a few invites and stuff, and now I've just been invited to come here and have a chat. So I thought, why not?
See, and that's the thing. We can be very cordial and inviting. I think it's safe to say the majority of us here very much go by a we will treat you how you treat us type of mentality.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, and I've always been the same way, so that works well for me.
Yep. Yeah, we're all just a bunch of veterans sitting around drinking and talking shit.
And
Very
pulling
good.
porkies. every now and then. Yeah.
But I do have to warn you about the last person that came in. Jared, do you mind if I tell the story about the AT that we last met with?
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Okay, so, oh God, what was it? About 4 or 5 months ago, was it 6 months ago? This gentleman came in, a flat earther. He
This
was
is
a
about 6
little bit
months ago.
unhinged. So
Okay.
in the last 3 or 4 days, he started making YouTube videos where he was walking around his house just naked on film. And his YouTube channel disappeared about a day ago.
Really?
Yeah,
I was aware.
he became absolutely unhinged. He was knocking holes in his walls of his house with whatever he could find, throwing things and talking about how the CIA and they were coming to get him, and just absolutely naked, like with the just dick swinging on YouTube, and
Yeah, I don't think
he
that's
would
allowed.
he made about 20 videos a day, every day for months on end. And once he started doing the naked thing, it took about a day, and now his channel's gone. So,
Yeah, okay.
so just
Although-
I might walk around the house naked a bit, but I don't
Yeah,
do it while
yeah.
I'm making a YouTube video.
all I'm saying is, flat Earth Aussie Jesus, keep your clothes on.
Sadly,
to be honest, Ross, you seem a heck of a lot more, let's say, collected than the previous
Well,
gentleman
I
was. So
like to think so. I don't like to think I'm fanatical about this, but I do really like the subject because to me it's one of the deepest philosophical levels we can reach when we're trying to describe the reality we live upon and discovering that the one we're told is very, very far from the truth, and yet so many people are so indoctrinated, and it's very, very difficult for them to even comprehend that they've even been lied to in the first place. So that's why it's so fascinating, because some people get very, very reactive about it, and yeah, I try to avoid that, but some people just get so defensive that they refuse to even listen to any sort of variation on what might actually possibly be.
well, is it really philosophical when it is directly measurable?
But when you say directly measurable, what is directly measurable? How is it being directly measured, and who directly measured it?
Me?
You.
Yeah, I sort of drove Navy ships for 22 years.
Uh-huh. Have you heard the story I tell quite often about my ex-father-in-law? How he was a merchant sea captain for his entire life. He was a large, very professional Swedish man, moved to Australia back before my ex-wife now, just before she was born. They became Australian citizens, and I had a huge respect for him. Very intelligent man, very down-to-earth, very low sort of sense of humour whatsoever. Like, he didn't joke about anything. It's not in his demeanour whatsoever to ever pull anybody's leg. And after he'd retired, one day he told me something which I thought was the most absurd thing I'd ever heard in my life. And he said, "I think the Earth is flat." And I just laughed, and like my cognitive dissonance obviously kicked in a big way. And I thought, he's insane. How can he be talking about it? But he said something to do with like when they sailed through the Suez Canal, which he'd done multiple times. He said it's over 100 miles of perfectly flat, level water with no accounting for locks or curvature or anything, and it just doesn't comport with being on the outside surface of a sphere in any way whatsoever.
Oh,
So,
for Christ's sake. I have sailed through the Suez Canal 1, 2, 3, 8 times.
yeah.
Um,
And it was flat the whole way, wasn't it? With no accounting for any curvature, no locks to adjust for it.
No. For a million times, no. Flat is not level.
It is
Just
actually.
because-
I've looked up the dictionary definition, and it mentions many times that flat and level are synonymous, 100%.
Okay.
Synonymous in
when-
colloquial usage does not mean that they are the same in technical terminology.
When I'm standing on the bridge of a naval ship, I'm not looking in Webster's dictionary. I'm looking at charts.
Yeah.
So if my draft is 30 feet and I have 60 feet of sea below me, and then I know that there's 60 feet below me for the entire transit, what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Well, pretty much everything, doesn't it? Because if the Earth is curved, then you're either going up and over a curve, or you're going down a curve. But if you're on the constant flat and level the entire time, then it sort of says that if there is no curvature, then why believe that there's curvature just because somebody's told you there's curvature? That's not measuring the Earth whatsoever. You say the Earth is demonstrably measurable, but then you're just talking about being on a ship as your measurement. I'm sorry, but you haven't measured the globularness of the Earth whatsoever.
Altitude is different than curvature. You're talking about altitude as if there would at one end be 60 feet of sea, and then on the other side of the Suez Canal be 1,500 feet of altitude. That's not how this works. At each point along the Suez Canal, there's a curvature due to the force that is holding things to the center of gravity. I don't know how you don't understand this.
Oh, I understand that people believe that, but that's all it is a belief. Now, I've seen time-lapse footage even just recently of ships going all the way through it, and there's no points of measured curvature or anything. All you've really got is limits of perspective, limits of angular resolution due to the fact of your actual viewing height, and that's what determines how far you can see. But it's not because anything's falling behind curvature ahead of you. It's because angular resolution and convergence creates this midpoint, which is the limits of how far you can see. That's it. It's not measuring the Earth whatsoever.
So hang on.
So what was your experience when you sailed through the Suez Canal, Ross?
I'm not saying I ever have. I've been told by people that use that as one of the reasons to explain why, after years of travelling all around the world multiple times as a merchant sea captain, why he personally believes the world is flat. And as I said, at the time, to me, it was the most ridiculous, absurd thing I'd ever heard. And it took years before I even suddenly clicked how it could possibly be a thing, that we're not on a floating disc in outer space, as most people erroneously try to think of what the flat Earth means. Okay, it's just that we're on the only physical plane of existence at the bottom of the known universe.
Okay, well, now you're on the line with several people who have sailed across the world as a profession. And we're telling you that that's not a good hypothesis that the world is flat. If you look at the chart that's on the screen there, do you see?
I'm not actually getting a very good screen for some reason. All I'm seeing is my own silly icon. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yep, now I can see it.
Okay. Do you see that compass rose that's on the right side of your screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see the compass rose that's on the left side?
Yeah, okay.
And then up on the top left.
Sure.
Okay. Why do we have to have 3 different compass roses on this chart?
I couldn't tell you why you do have that, but perhaps because compasses always point to magnetic north, and so as you're moving east or west in a sort of circle, because that's what east and west is. It's going in circles around the northern center of a flat
Okay, so
plane.
you're
The north
starting
would
to
actually be
catch on.
changing direction
So
somewhat.
could that be that as you from the left side to the right side, north is in a slightly different direction?
Quite possibly, yes. It's always pointing towards the center. So it's like, say, for example, if north is the center like spokes on a wheel, then as you went around some circle on the midpoint of the wheel, then north will be slightly changing direction every time you moved sideways. So yeah, it would be adjusting slightly.
Yeah. So so that's why you need it's not just this flat stationary map, as you would like to say. It changes as you change your direction. I wish we could pull that screen back up, because I would also like to show you that the longitudinal lines converge as you travel north. The chart may be too small to show that that differentiation. Yeah, it's probably going to be
the
too
charts
small.
aren't going to show. This chart won't show it as well as this chart would. This is still a little too small on a screen to show you. That's what I was
well,
trying to
this convergence is exactly like what I'm saying on the flat Earth. If the maps originally were made around the center point, which is the North Pole, which aligns with the North Pole star Polaris, the fixed point, which the stars also happen to rotate around, then yeah, it would converge, just like I say, with the spokes on the wheel. The closer to the center you get, the more convergence they get. I can understand why that can be misapplied to a globe, but it doesn't show actual curvature.
In the southern hemisphere, all longitudinal lines also converge.
Well, see, that's something I believe most people actually believe on faith, because nobody really travels that far south to actually prove.
I bet that we can pull up some NOAA charts near the southern hemisphere, because I have one on my desk right here, and if need be, I will turn on my webcam and show you a NOAA chart of the southern hemisphere and longitudinal lines converging as we approach the
but I think that these were done this way simply because they're based on the erroneous belief of being on a globe in the first place. This is one of the things
Noah's not giving me that.
Discussed earlier with early navigators would always be running aground in South Africa, for example, because by going south, they were actually going outwards, and then thinking they'd gone far enough back east to conform to the globe that they believed in, but started heading back up towards north, to Madagascar or India. They actually hadn't travelled nearly far enough eastwards again, and that's why at night they'd run aground on the west coast of Africa somewhere, and that's what's called the Cape of Good Hope, because you basically needed good hope to get around it, because calculating by charts actually didn't work.
Here's the thing. Calculating by charts actually does work, because
in the north,
it works magnificently.
Actually,
here's the thing.
It works in the south as well. I've
Exactly.
sailed down to Australia.
I was just going to say, if you look at this chart here, this chart is in Virginia, just off the coast of the Chesapeake Bay and the Atlantic Ocean at Hampton Roads. Okay.
Yeah, for all local navigation, charts are fine, but when you're talking about global,
hold on. What I'm trying to say is, the lines of latitude get wider as we go further south from the North Pole to the equator. So if I'm up here in Anchorage, Alaska, these lines of latitude are actually closer together than these lines here, because of the geometry of a spheroid object. Okay.
Yeah. But I'm saying it's also based on.
Hold on.
Yeah.
That same effect happens from the equator going south down to the South Pole. Now, on a flat Earth, you would not be able to have that if you have the North Pole as the center point. Those lines would continually get wider and wider and further apart.
Yeah, and that's the whole problem, as I was trying to explain with, say, ancient navigation, which was based on using the stars for navigation and magnetic compasses, is that the charts were drawn in ever increasing circles, which are the lines of latitude, getting bigger and bigger, and therefore wider apart in your latitude lines. the further south you go. But that's why everything goes sort of pear-shaped beyond the equator when you lose sight of Polaris, which is why it was called the equator, because they called that the midpoint. And they believed they'd gone over the curve because Polaris was now so far away you couldn't see it anymore. But it was never at any point did they go over any curve. It's just that as you get further from something, it appears to get lower and lower until eventually it's obscured by your obscured
You're
point.
telling me that the Polynesians had magnetic compasses?
Right.
No, they probably navigated by the stars purely by
Do
the
you have
stars.
a demonstration of any of these charts that you're speaking of?
I don't think they use charts either, so I don't think that's really relevant to the discussion.
But here's the thing, Ross. You said that they used celestial navigation and magnetics and charts. For this
this is what when we're talking about reasonably modern navigation.
No. You were talking about ancient navigation using these things.
I'm talking pre-GPS navigation.
Which is pre-GPS is now ancient?
Well, in a way, yeah, that's how I would view it. Absolutely.
My job in the U.S. Navy was navigation. I'm well versed in both using GPS as well as visual, radar, and a host of other celestial navigation aids. And if I go south below if I go south of the equator, what stars would I use? What star would I use to find my point of where I'm going? What latitude I'm on with the sextant? What star would I use?
Well, generally you'd probably use the Southern Cross because the so-called Southern Pole Star, Sigma Octantis or whatever they like to call it, isn't actually visible to even anything apart from some of the strongest telescopes, which wouldn't have existed to ancient mariners either. They used sextants, and the Southern Cross was what they basically used.
But how would I have a southern celestial pole on a flat plane? With the North Pole, how would I have the celestial pole in the southern hemisphere on a flat plane if the North Pole is the center of that flat plane?
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't. There is no South Polar Star.
Yeah,
all the stars are still moving as one body around Polaris. But once Polaris disappears, you sort of look for some other reference points, and basically then you're looking in the opposite direction. So it appears then that the stars are going in the opposite direction because you're looking at them in the opposite way.
So you're denying a southern celestial pole.
Sorry, I'm not.
By what you just said, I want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly. You are denying the existence of a southern celestial pole.
Not entirely, but I'm saying they didn't or couldn't use it for navigation because it's not visible. I'm not 100% convinced that there is one. I've been living 99.9% of my life in the southern hemisphere, and I look at the stars all the time, and I've never seen them go around a central point.
Hang on, have you attempted to do the time lapse to give yourself the star trail?
No, I haven't, but I've seen lots of other people's attempts of it, and to me they all seem to have been very misleading and little pieces stitched together to give the illusion of creating full circles.
So if we find it, and I'm willing to bet this will take mere seconds to find, what will you actually accept the footage of star trails in the southern direction? I've been shown it quite a few times, and under analysis, I've shown it to be false. Seen it. How did you analyze
make another point, though. Before we go any further, let's just say that what we are viewing
you just denied them. You denied them after performing analysis. I'm wondering, what analysis did you perform?
I watched them turn it into a time-lapse video showing them make circles around this Sigma Octans or Octanus, whatever they want to call it.
Yeah, a video is a string of pictures, which are still images. So what's the problem?
Because what they show is after every few minutes or whatever, is they just stitching the same thing together but twisting it around to give the appearance of going around a midpoint, whereas they're all moving as one body right around, and so that's why we see all throughout the whole outer perimeter of the Earth, the southern perimeter or southern, is that they all get the same constellations at their local nighttime because they don't go around in a circle like shown as they're shown here. And even so, what we are seeing is the stars themselves moving, not any actual evidence of being on a spinning ball.
Except
That's my whole point.
except for the direct measurements done by proper instrumentation that can only be explained by the Earth itself being in motion.
Well, see, that's the whole problem, isn't it? Like, say you explain that the reason we have sunset or sunrise, moonset
So
from east to west
completely
is
fucking
because of the
ignore
Earth's
what I just
rotation.
say.
So why aren't the stars going east to west as well if that's the way the Earth spins? You know, they're all going in a flat plane sort of rotation. They're all staying equidistant from one another. They're all moving as one body. And when you do even map them out as circles, the further ones from the center point make bigger and bigger circles, which doesn't comport with reality if it's the spinning Earth creating that effect.
Actually, it does.
So how come the sun rises east to west, but these stars go around in circles?
Because we can't see the sun when it's on the other side of the planet.
No, nor can we see the stars.
Yeah, so notice how you only get the circle trail when you are close enough to actually be able to view past the celestial pole.
Yeah, well, see, that still doesn't comport with the reality we see with the time-lapse images around the North Pole.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, where we do see perfect circles. And this is the argument I was having earlier this morning, where if you put a camera onto a ball and pointed it towards a fixed point in the distance and spun the ball, you will not see everything else around that fixed point moving in perfect circles. It's just not physically possible.
So here's the problem, because this is actually something that Jeranism proposed, I want to say about a year ago, maybe a little over a year ago, that he tried to set up and fucked it up intentionally to get the wrong result. However, when Wolfie 6020 did the same thing with just simply an equatorial mount, not a globe, just a way to have a single fixed reference point and then a rotating one around it. Funny how when Wolfie set it up properly, you get a circle trail, but when you intentionally fuck it up and actually don't have the things lined up appropriately, you get incorrect results. It's almost like garbage in, garbage out is an actual thing when you're trying to analyze all this stuff.
Okay, so you're saying that everybody that takes time-lapse footage of the stars making perfect circles, they're using a equatorial mount to do so.
They lined up the camera properly to get what they were trying for.
Yeah.
You actually have to locate not the star, but the actual celestial pole, and then have the camera set up properly to properly capture the star trails. And what do you know? You'll get what's expected. But when you fuck up your settings, yeah, it's gonna look like garbage. Garbage in,
so all I'm saying, so you're saying that Wolfie then attached his equatorial mount to a spinning ball pointing at a fixed point and showed how everything else moving around that point made perfect circles.
Do you know how an equatorial mount works?
Not exactly. I know that you use it to track a certain thing by keeping it on a single axis of rotation, but
the key point there is a single axis of rotation. So what that does is whatever you attach, whatever device you put on an equatorial mount, when you align it properly to Earth's rotation, the device will track along in the same direction with the rotation of the Earth. So here's a great thing with this type of mount. Your pivot point would be analogous to the center of rotation of the Earth. This is what Wolfie did. He put a laser pointer on that, lined it up, and shone that laser at the ceiling. He then went to the articulation arm that rotates around that point, set up another laser equal to it and parallel to it, and then put it in motion, and the outer laser traced a circle around the center one that was lined up with the center of the axis of rotation.
So
Which
the
is
single laser attached to the thing rotoring around the fixed point made exactly what you'd expect to see. But we're talking about the Earth itself spinning and the fixed things creating
arm,
that circles around the center point, not a thing rotating with the Earth.
It's all about view. And so here's the thing. If you were to switch it, if you were to do a star field around and then have the camera out on the rotating bit, looking up at the point that is the fixed reference point at the center of rotation, and you have a bunch of point lights all around, you then move that camera in a circle with the setup, you will get circles around that center of rotation.
Yes, but that's still using what you call that equatorial mount. It's not using an actual being attached to an actual ball spinning around. It's a mechanical arm with various things of adjustment to keep it pointed at that point, which is the whole point. It can't happen if you had your camera attached to the side of a spinning ball.
Single axis of rotation. Whether that arm that is spinning around that axis is a flat mechanical setup like that, or encased in a fucking oblong dick-shaped phalloid, the center of rotation comparison to what is actually looking towards that reference point is what's at stake here.
It's still not listening to what I'm saying is that what you have to do to set it up is that's to say hang a ball from a string so it's in pre-spin, have your camera on that ball, then have it fixed to a point, and then show it make perfect circles around that fixed point of all the other things.
So,
and it quite frankly won't happen. It'll make everything appear to move in straight lines.
So hang it from a string, have it unbalanced, and then wonder why you get fucked up shit.
No, you can wait till it's perfectly still and then just gently rotate it, once per 24 hours, if you like. Take a picture every 10 minutes and say then all those little stars around your fixed point should then make perfect circles as we see, if that is how it works from the outside of the spinning ball.
So do a shit experiment.
Hold on,
wow. Cat, leave and rejoin. Your audio is junk at the moment.
Okay. I'll
sound like a Dalek.
Yeah. Your reptile voice scrambler is defective, I think.
Thanks, Dave.
That's my line.
Sorry. My bad.
Now, one of the questions that came up before when you initially mentioned the Suez Canal, I have a question for you, Ross. Can you discern 1 inch at 10 feet?
1 inch at 10 feet?
Yes.
1 inch of what do you mean?
Can you see
slope?
Can you see a deflection of 1 inch 10 feet away from you?
Under what context? I play a lot of lawn bowls, and 1 inch I've definitely noticed as the bowl is rolling down it on what should be a perfectly level flat green. If we're talking about rolling a marble down a floor, 1 inch in 10 feet, absolutely. So what context are you talking about? 1 inch in 10 feet?
No, you are looking at an uneven floor around you, and you are looking out 10 feet away from you with no wall behind, no walls on the side. You're just on a large section of floor.
Visually, probably not, no.
Oh, no. So why should you expect to see curvature along the Suez Canal?
I'm not saying I'd expect to see curvature, but I'm saying there are tests you could do to prove if it was level or not.
But you said the reason why you know it's flat and level is from the anecdotal evidence of it looked that way. See, here's the problem. The analogy I gave you of 1 inch at 10 feet away is the same angular size as the expected curvature of the Earth for 1 degree of curve along the Suez Canal.
Actually, that's not true, because on the globe model, 1 degree is actually 69 miles. So,
that is exactly my point.
Yeah,
and a 69-mile curve would definitely be visible.
Be 3,200 feet at 69.17 miles.
Or 60 nautical miles is 1 degree.
Is is half a degree of deflection.
Yes, but you're talking going from a very tiny scale where that half a degree is,
It's
like you
the
say,
same.
1
It
inch.
is the same.
But when you put it to the global
it
scale,
is
that
the
1 degree is
same-
69 miles.
It is the same
69 miles is
angular
huge.
size. It is the same angular deflection. So if you cannot see it at 10 feet, why are you expecting to see it at damn near 70 miles?
Going through the Suez Canal, we're doing about 6 knots, which means that it's going to take us about 10 hours to go 60 nautical miles.
Yeah, and over that period of time, over 90 miles, that is where the first mile of drop from one end to the other should have existed, which is the height of 2 Burj Khalifas, 2 of the world's tallest buildings. That is how much drop from one end to the other you should have gone over 90 miles. So it's maybe about 2/3 of a mile, over 60 miles. That is a lot of drop.
No.
Hang
on.
on.
Since your eye is at dirt level.
Drop from what?
Do you think
From
we're sailing
one point to the other? You're either going over a big hump, or you're just dropping from one end to the next, or you're climbing up the whole way. I don't know.
No,
it
it's
doesn't
not
happen because it is always
altitude.
level. Water itself proves its level. That's what you use to determine level is water.
This is it's not the Suez Canal is not a mountain that we're sailing up one side and down the other.
No, I know it's flat.
Yes, it's fucking yes. The gravity is the same at one end that it is at the other. Like,
well, that's a belief. That's a belief. That's not something you can
it's not a
prove or
belief.
measure.
Look at our
It is a
chart.
belief.
I can show you the charts. Would you like me to send you the
Gravity
charts?
is 100% a belief. It's a 100% requirement.
Oh, for Christ's
sake.
Which way is that?
Is 100% a belief. Would you agree with that?
Without it, your globe is impossible.
What-
In reality, we don't need it. Flat Earth doesn't need made-up beliefs and made-up invisible forces. It works because of reality.
Which way is up?
Ross, would you agree that flat Earth is a belief?
It's an understanding. It's
Is
an
it-
acknowledgement of
Which
reality.
is a belief.
No. Is it a belief?
It's an observation of the nature of water.
Okay,
It's an observation
show
of everything
me,
scientific that we
I
can
don't
do.
want to-
show
I
me,
don't
show
want-
me a flat Earth chart.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't want
we
to
have
turn
all
this
these
into
charts.
Hang on
I'm
for a second.
sorry.
I don't want to turn this into a religious discussion here, but you could read something from the Bible and misunderstand it, right? I mean, we would both
Absolutely,
agree
of
with
course.
that.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't that be true as well with what you believe to be evidence or proof for flat Earth?
Well, no, because I'm not reading it from a book written by man. I'm reading it by direct observation of nature itself and the understanding of logic and physics.
That's not what I meant. What you see in nature, etc.
Yeah.
Could you not misunderstand what you're seeing, what you're measuring, etc.?
Oh, yes, absolutely. That's why people came to believe in a globe in the first place, because they saw boats disappearing due to convergence and distance, and so they believed it was going over a curve, whereas it's just a matter of perspective.
So how would you try to falsify what you see? You know, how do you find out if what you're seeing? Excuse me. How do you figure out if what you see and what you think that you are actually seeing is the same thing?
Well, you can do experiments, and the way you do experiments is with observation, and the best way to do that is by changing your viewing height and seeing how that alters your view of the horizon, your angular perspective of it. It's always going to be at eye level, and the higher you get, the further you see, and the more you see objects that were obscured by the obscurity point or convergence point become more visible, and you can see they're surrounded by more and more and more flat and level water. It's something I've done multiple times, and it works.
Ross,
let's assume that your eyes are in perfect condition, right? What is your eyes' angular resolution?
My eyes, well, I don't understand the question there. The angular resolution is determined by your viewing height. the clarity of
No.
that might have to do with how
No.
clear your eyes are. But I do wear
And-
corrective lenses to make it clearer. So
Angular resolution of the human eye is about 1 arc minute, or approximately 0.02 degrees, or 0.0003 radians.
Okay, and can I ask a question when everyone else is done?
Go ahead,
Okay.
Schrodinger.
Yeah,
I've got
yeah,
one. I've
Ross.
got one, but I'm gonna wait for you.
Okay, so
yeah, I was waiting to see that where that was leading to, but go ahead. Yeah.
Ross, please, sir. So let's say it's midnight. I'm on an aircraft carrier, and I look through what we call big eyes, which is basically 2 telescopes that are turned into binoculars. And then I see a ship, and then I look through night vision goggles, and I see the same ship. I get the same reading of distance, and then I look at radar, and I get the same distance. And then I look at AIS, and I get the same distance. And then I call down to the combat systems, and they tell me through Geeks Maritime that that ship is reporting the same distance from us, and they all correlate. What am I to assume?
That it is at that actual distance.
Thank you, sir.
You know, they're still not going to do anything to prove the shape of the Earth or the fact that the level water between you is in fact level
Okay,
and not
I-
all right.
curving in any way, shape, or form.
Okay.
I bet it does.
Wait a second. Let me go real quick to extrapolate on what Schrodinger just said. Now, I take I take a helicopter up 5,000 feet over the aircraft carrier, and I see more of the ship that's at a specific distance away from my aircraft carrier than I do from big eyes and from the night vision. Okay. What does that tell you if I'm seeing more of the bottom of the ship from 5,000 feet above the carrier?
Yeah, it tells you exactly what you'd expect to see because of the laws of convergence, and everything converges towards the center of your field of view. No matter what height you are, it always converges at the center. So the higher you get, the more you will see the bottom of more distant things.
Okay, so I'm glad you mentioned that whole convergence. Everything comes to the center point. So can you tell me why this convergence, when it comes to ships going a greater distance away from you, why this change in what we actually see only affects the vertical of the ship and not the horizontal, not the side to side to the ship?
Yeah, sure. Because as it all converges towards the center, everything beneath you appears to be rising up. And because what's beneath you is physical, you cannot see through it. So it creates an obscurity point. Whereas what's above it is there.
But why
You
not
can't
let
see
the
through
right?
it. So what's higher than that point, even though it's distant, you can see the top part
Ross,
of it, but
Ross,
the bottom part is obscured.
Ross,
I'm giving you your answer.
that is not the question that I asked you.
It was. You said, why can't I see more of what's higher?
No. That was not the question I asked you. The question I
Okay,
asked
we'll try again. And I'll
the
listen.
question I asked you is, why is this magical convergence that you are telling us, why is it affecting the ship in the vertical orientation and not the horizontal?
Right. Why on
That's
one
exactly
plane
what I
and not the other plane?
It's exactly what I answered, because that's
No.
convergence
You
point
only talked about
things-
the vertical. You said
Okay.
nothing about the horizontal. Because
Yes, I did,
if
because-
everything comes to a point in the middle, then
Yes,
what is
okay.
happening vertical should also happen horizontal.
I'll give you an even more simple answer then
why
for you.
is that not what we see?
Because the water itself seeks and finds its flat and level. So it creates that horizontal convergence point, which cannot be escaped because the water is wide on both sides, vertically and horizontally, except it only exists horizontally, and that is why it only works on the vertical to the ship.
I've got a question, a burning question. If there are waters above, don't they seek and find their level?
You mean rain? Yeah.
No, your lot says that there's waters below and waters above. Wouldn't the waters above seek and find their level?
Well, yes, and that's why they say that
Thank
there's a
you, sir.
firmament that separates the waters above from the waters below. If it wasn't a firmament, it wouldn't be firm and holding it firmly above. But
I
everything else would be
appreciate your
setting
answer.
itself.
You
But
have
the
no
rainbow-
idea how much I appreciate your answer.
Not that I
There is-
necessarily believe in a dome, but I do believe in the possibility of one. But yeah, that's why it's called a firmament, because it's firm, and that's what separates it.
Or
Otherwise, they
it
just
could
call it
be a-
clouds and humidity
or,
and rain.
Yes,
or
I
it
would.
could just be a translation, a mistranslation of one of the ancient Hebrew and ancient Aramaic words for sky.
Sky.
Well, they
Hey,
actually
Greg.
describe it as rakia, which translates to be like stretched out like a tarpaulin. So if we want to understand that across an infinite flat Earth, from my understanding, if it is infinite, when these gases that get up very, very high, they actually start to freeze. So they create a different sort of layer of ice, which floats above that layer of gas, just the way that ice in water floats just beneath the surface of water. And so that in itself could create a firmament that is too far away and always too cold to ever be melted by anything.
Right. And,
Okay, I have
and
something,
would they
before-
not
before,
seek and
Alan.
find their level?
Well, they're separated by something firm.
Before Alan's turn, let me just ask you this, and I know I'm shooting myself into the foot, according to what I said earlier. According to the Bible, it's possible to climb up into a tree and see the whole world. Would that be possible on the flat Earth?
No, I think that's a bit of a gross exaggeration by some rather primitive-minded people.
Yeah. But then again, it's always about, how to interpret a book. So we should never use a book that was written long before, without any notion of scientific research whatsoever.
Well, okay. Well, here's a better example.
To describe the way we do perform scientific research today.
Well, a better example, well, I could give you two explanations for that. Perhaps there was a time when there were actually massively giant trees, which perhaps you could have seen much further. But my point is maybe from the moon, the moon can only be visible from the Earth.
It is irrelevant until such time evidence of such a giant tree presents itself, which has not
Oh,
yet
there's
happened.
much evidence.
That is irrelevant. No, there isn't.
Much evidence.
Nope.
There's an excellent documentary called "There Are No Forests on the
No.
Flat Earth."
Oh, you mean the
I watched that
you
one.
mean
That
the
was
goof
hilarious.
that you fell for?
No, it was by this Russian guy, and he shows tons and tons of visual evidence of what was quite more than likely the remnants of giant trees. And I've seen it for myself with my own eyes. I've taken pictures of parts of Australia with my own eyes that show rock structures impossibly hanging off the side of a cliff by nothing that are placed in great big hexagonal things exactly like stem cells would have been. And it was like the inner trunk of what was once a giant tree. The famous waterfall near where I live.
Ross, I distinctly remember saying scientific research.
Yeah.
So,
There's nothing
scientific.
scientific about calling that lava when all the examples of lava show it bulging up and being this horrible bulgy stuff.
Please cite scientific evidence, scientific references to what to your idea of these the possibility of these giant trees.
Well, you don't have to have a science degree from some school awarded to you by some professors to be a scientist.
Anyone can submit a scientific paper to a scientific journal, and if it is, let them put it under scrutiny. If it checks out, it will be published. You do not have to be a scientist to do that. Until you can cite something of a scientific nature, actual scientific nature. You have
Well, I
nothing.
believe in this day and age, we are all basically scientists, and we can use our own discrimination to determine what is true and what isn't. And that documentary was excellent evidence and proof, which is convincing beyond a shadow of doubt.
It was just as useful as the Convex Earth documentary. That's how useful it was. to be blunt.
So you've actually watched this documentary, and
Oh yeah, I laughed my ass off at it 4 years ago.
yeah, well, why would you laugh at it? Why wouldn't you just look at it with an open mind and say, oh yeah, that could be possible?
Because it was hilarious as fuck.
I
we did
approached it.
just that.
I approached it with an open mind and still found it very, very laughable. It laughed at my sensibilities. It laughed at my religion. It laughed at everything that I stood for.
There you go. At last, your indoctrination. Okay. And most people who have their religion mocked, they will ridicule it. That's very much the response I would expect.
Okay, Rob. Here's something you don't know about me. I'm former clergy. I used to be a minister for the Church of Christ. Okay?
Yeah, well, there you go. You've been brainwashed. You've been indoctrinated.
No.
You might have gotten better. I don't know, but
goes against what you think is correct is brainwashing. Nice.
No.
That's
being
beautiful.
open-minded without ridicule is being scientific. But to ridicule it from start to finish.
No. Anything that goes so far. From what I've seen when you're in discussions on YouTube, for example, anything that goes against your interpretation of what nature provides us with, you call indoctrination. Period. That is not how.
Mostly because the opinion is stemmed from indoctrination rather than an open mind, an open interpretation. See, I don't dismiss anything without first scrutinizing it, without ridicule, and then putting it into the bigger picture, which I've done over multiple decades of all sorts of things. And that is how I've come to the conclusion that we live on a stationary planar Earth, because I've never dismissed anything. But I've analysed it all, I've put it all together, and then what makes the most sense at the end of it, beyond what I've been told by others, beyond what's been trained into me as a child, I've been open-minded enough to see, is that possible? Does that fit with this? Does that fit with that? Is there a bigger picture where this is all making sense? And it turns out, yes, there is. There is a bigger picture, and the bigger picture is that the globe is a ridiculous lie, and it takes a religious belief to actually believe in it.
So
what is your process for scrutiny? You said that you put things under scrutiny. What is your process for scrutiny?
My process for scrutiny is basically to, no matter how ridiculous it sounds, to at least entertain it and file it away until I find more supporting evidence and more supporting evidence. Does this fit with what I see? Does this fit with other things I've heard from other sources that also comply with it? And if multiple different sources all come to the same sort of conclusion from completely independent sources to begin with, that have no correlation with one another, then that's when it starts to give it credibility. If only one person said it and nobody else could support it, I'd write it off as a Star Wars science fiction or something.
But
it depends on the sources that you use.
So how do you determine that the sources are truly independent?
That was my question. Very good.
Well, certain researchers actually compile all this sort of stuff themselves. Like there's a book I read on my channel called Secret of the Ages.
Moving a goalpost? Please just
It's written by a certain globe believer, but he was using it to try and prove it hollow Earth, and he compiled a variety of sources from 50 different places and compiled them into one book. So he said if these all add up together, then that's one piece of evidence that says we found it off multiple sources.
So how do you verify that the sources are independent of each other that you have used to support your claim?
Well, because they've come from different sources.
How did you verify that the sources are independent?
Well, that's a decent question. Basically, because most of these authors were absolutely ridiculed. Well, most of these authors were ridiculed in their time, but they compiled it and they used references to show that they've come to this themselves from ancient independent cultures that had no relationship to one another whatsoever.
Josh, do you have an answer to the question? If not, it's completely fair to say, no, I do not, or I do not know whether the sources I used are actually believable or authentic.
Is the issue.
Yep.
Well, independent.
Being ridiculed is not evidence.
In a globe. You're talking about the time before anybody believed in a globe. They didn't have modern communication. These cultures had never crossed. They're completely independent cultures, completely different technology, and yet they all came to the same conclusions about certain things. That's how you know they're independent.
No,
Related to the question.
Ross, I would love for you to listen to this question very intently. It is a very simple one. How did you verify them as independent?
Intuitively.
Oh,
So you made shit up.
that's
No,
not
I
even
trust
an
my
answer.
intuition because I have the intellectual ability to discern, and I know shit from clay.
Ridiculously childish response. Please do better.
Can we
Oh,
have
that's a
Alan
great
How do you
answer?
know anything?
Who posted that? Can you send that to me? That's a great picture.
That's from Himawari 8, I think.
Missing
Oh,
a few continents there, isn't it?
Hold on.
No, it's
Hold
not
on.
missing continents.
Guys.
The,
Can Alan ask this
Hush.
question? He's been waiting for a while to ask a question.
Hi, Ross. Right, I was a ground radar technician. So my radar was
Sorry?
fixed on the ground. I was a ground radar technician. My radar was fixed on the ground. Okay. The beam pointed up at 0.5 degree. Now, one of the jobs of the technician was to check the range against an aircraft at a known altitude. And the range was always altitude dependent. If the aircraft was at 10,000 meters, the range would always be approximately 300 kilometers. Okay. If the aircraft was at 38,000 feet, then the range would be closer to 330 kilometers. Now, if you look at these altitude to maximum range values, the only way that they can work is if they are on a spheroidal surface that is approximately the accepted radius. Now, if it was over a flat plane, the altitude at 300 kilometers would be merely 2,800 meters. So why is there some 8,000 meters difference? Sorry, 8,000 meters difference between what we get in real life, in reality, and what we should get if we really did live on a flat plane.
Well, okay. I'll start off with saying I know next to nothing about radar, apart from I assume it's radio waves being bounced off something. And
Correct.
I also think there is such a thing in real life where the further something distant is, the smaller it appears. So I see no reason why radio waves wouldn't also react in that same manner. And so you get sort of false readings the further something away it is. You know, it's going in what appears to be smaller and smaller gaps, which even though they're the same.
No, because
it doesn't make any fucking sense.
The resolution of the radar is small enough that it can detect a 1 meter square target at that distance.
Radio, yeah. But I still don't see how this is showing curvature in any way, shape, or form when, in fact, the curve of the Earth would be blocking it the further it is.
Why can I not see an aircraft flying at 3,000 meters at 300 kilometers? Why does the aircraft have to be at 10,000 meters before I can see it?
Okay, yeah, well, I think this whole thing about convergence with our eyes isn't just the visual thing either.
We are using a radar beam. And
yeah, and we know for a fact that on the surface, the atmosphere itself is much thicker than what it is as you get higher. So these radio waves are traveling through thinner and thinner
but the refraction at
amounts
3
of atmosphere.
The refraction at 3 gigahertz is negligible. We are not talking about the incredibly short wavelengths of visible light. We are talking about
Well, it is
microwave
just another form of frequency. Just like light is a form of frequency, radio waves,
Yes,
sounds, they're all different types of frequency. And so what you're doing is you're bouncing it through a
sound is-
thicker and
sound is
thicker
nothing-
medium over a greater
sound-
and greater distance.
Sound
It
has
eventually
nothing
gets
to-
muted.
Sound has nothing to do with this. Sound is not a electromagnetic wave, but radio is.
Well, everything is a
It doesn't-
frequency, and I know that this is a much higher frequency. I'm granting you
No,
that,
it's not.
as light is even
Oh,
higher
dear.
again.
It's not a frequency. You're talking out your
It
ass.
is. It's
now.
waves. It's
No.
vibrational waves.
They're
Of course, it's a
not
frequency.
But light
Oh,
is
just-
also particles.
What is the
Don't
official
confuse him. He
definition
can't
of
even. He
frequency?
can't even differentiate between light and sound. How's he going to differentiate between photons?
They're
as
different
particles and waves?
wavelengths of frequency.
They're not
The higher they go,
different
the,
wavelengths of
the more they change.
Ross,
It is.
They are not.
Everything's on a
different
scale of
wavelengths.
frequency. That's what all of
Ross,
reality
you
is.
are a fucking idiot.
Nikola
You
Tesla
do not-
says to understand the
you do
universe,
not
thinks in terms
understand
of vibration and frequency. Nikola Tesla, one of the greatest minds of humankind, said
Tesla was a fucking idiot.
you have to
Tesla
think
was a
in
He's a
terms
lost
of frequency
cause,
and
folks.
vibration.
Oh man.
The
He's a lost
difference
It is all
cause.
frequency
between
and vibration.
sound-
And of course,
dear.
through higher air, your radio waves are going to travel further. It's like shining a light underwater and shining it through the air.
You
It'll
have
go a lot
no
further through the air than it will through
clue
water.
about EM radiation, Ross. Absolutely no clue.
And-
Apart
and-
from where how your car stereo works.
Oh, maybe
And
best because I
absolutely no clue.
I interpret it differently from you. Doesn't mean I don't understand how it works. I don't understand
Yeah,
the
No,
actual
you
exactly.
don't
frequency behind
understand
that.
how it works.
But I can understand the logical way it works because I know how to interpret reality in a way
No.
most people don't even think of.
No,
No.
bullshit.
No.
Hang on. I would
And
just
you're
Ross,
I would
why are you
just like
disparaging
to,
the
smoking?
name
Because I'd
of a
like
good
some.
man. Nikola Tesla was a good man who lost his mind at the end of his life and wrote some crazy shit that
Most men
you
do.
are now using to besmirch his name.
Ross.
And now I will mute.
Ross, I would just like to point out, you have had a fucking difficult time answering a simple question about how you came to some determination. So
No.
excuse me if I don't trust your discernment capabilities on more advanced topics, if you can't even answer a simple question about your own methodology.
Well, you know about atmospheric pressure gradients, right? You do understand that much, right? That
Yeah,
air gets thinner. the
we
higher
all
up you go.
understand
Yeah,
that.
we understand
Yes,
that.
we all
Yeah, we
So
understand
all I'm saying is that certain frequencies that are calibrated at sea level, when they go up much higher, they're traveling through
Oh,
far less amount of
Correct.
the same medium that you think they're in the whole time. It's lesser, higher up. So of course
You are
it'll travel
talking
much
to
further.
educated
Less
people.
obstruction.
Dependent on that frequency.
You wanted an answer. I gave you my answer, my interpretation. If we agree
it
to
would've-
disagree on it, that's fine. But don't
It would have
laugh.
been
because I
easier
gave
if
my
you said,
best
I do not know
interpretation.
much about the specific topic. That would have been so much easier.
Yeah,
I started with that, but I still went into my interpretation of why I would say that was possible.
Your
hang
interpretation
on.
sucks ass.
Hang on. Ross, pro tip for the future. If your answer begins with I don't know, it needs to stop there. Don't start making shit up.
No, I said I don't know a lot about radar, but I understand
If
about
it
frequency and
starts
vibration.
with
I understand that
If
radio
it
waves are
starts
frequency
with
and
I
vibration.
don't know, it needs to stop there.
Fine.
That would
So-
be
Would
the
you like me to debunk
intellectually
this picture you've got
that would
showing
be
here?
the
Oh,
that
no.
would be the intellectually honest answer. If it starts with I don't know, you stop right there.
This picture, I don't care whether you can debunk it or not. I just have a question for you about this
Oh, this
picture.
painting. Yeah. Where's the Terminator line?
What- Which
What?
way is
What
up?
do you mean Terminator line?
If
That's a
if I'm-
beautiful
Why is
picture.
daylight
If I'm-
over half the globe all at once?
If
There should at least be
Ross-
sunrise and sunset
Ross-
somewhere.
hey, I'm trying to talk to you here. If I'm
Okay.
standing right here, which way is up?
Which way is up? Is
Yes.
back towards where you're looking.
Okay.
Or
So if I'm standing here, up would be this way, right? If I'm standing
technically
here,
on your spherical
up-
ball, yeah.
okay. What about now? Which way's up? Are we on the same page still?
Yes,
If
but
I'm
in
saying-
reality, you never do that though, do you? In reality, up is always up.
That wasn't
And down's always
that
down.
wasn't what you were asked.
What do you mean? What
No, he's saying
What?
if I was standing here. You're talking hypothetical nonsense. How about you put a flat
No, he's not.
horizon across the page, and then sort of, if I was here, which way is up? Well, up will always be up.
But
Not this hypothetical nonsense.
the point I'm trying to get at is no matter where I stand on a spherical Earth, up is always towards the sky. Basically, if I'm standing right here, it's back towards me as the viewer, right? Is that what we agree?
Well, you'd assume, say, if you hung a plumb bob, then up would be the higher part of the straight line made by the string.
No. Oh, for fuck's sake. God damn it.
All right, so how about now? Or now?
Yeah, look, we could go around and around in circles all day with this silly nonsense. But
All I've done is rotated this one image 90 degrees 3 other times.
and yet you've never explained why the whole entire thing is in daylight when we know for a fact that there should be twilight, there should be dawn somewhere, there should be everything.
And if you
all at
understood
once.
geometry, you would understand that what you're asking for sunrise and sunset are on either side. Or this entire outer edge.
It's a fake image, and it's the sort of thing that people use to confirm their religion is fake images.
How do you balance your checkbook?
Hang on. That is quite a lovely claim you made there about that image. Can you please support it?
If you hold a straight line from one edge of that thing to the other, you will see there is still curve. You can see the curve of the little lumps. You don't see that.
That was
in reality,
quite the lovely claim you made about this image right here, about it being fake. Can you please demonstrate how you came to that conclusion?
I already told you, there's a 24-hour day on the Earth. So one part is midday. 2 parts at 6 o'clock either side are dawn and dusk. And some parts would be in night. You've got the whole entire thing showing more or less in the same amount of daylight, all at once from top to bottom, left to right.
I don't see the American continents here.
No, but you've shown the whole entire face of what you think is half of the world at once, all in daylight at once.
Yeah, that's pretty much most of Africa and a lot of Asia. So what?
There's also a bit of shading right around the extreme edge, which would be twilight. So I'm wondering, how did you come to the conclusion that it was fake just by looking at the screen right now?
Because there's no different shades of light. You've got shades of focus, which is what an artist might do to give it that spherical sort of look on a flat image. But, I would have put some more light highlights and stuff, not put the whole entire thing lit up at once.
Hold on. Okay, Rob.
I am prepared
there will
to
be no modeling.
Yep.
I'm prepared to take this one. Please
yes, sir.
let me. Okay, Ross, you do realize why the sun changes color as it passes overhead, correct? Yes or no?
Of course I do.
Right. Okay, how is that?
It's because we are viewing the apparition of the sun through the atmosphere. The light exists because of the way we see it. A person, say, at their 12 o'clock midday, while we're watching it from our point, which is 6 p.m., we're seeing it through miles and miles of atmosphere, and we can look at it directly and see most of that light is absorbed by the atmosphere. The person where it's overhead of them at midday is looking directly up it through the least amount of atmosphere, and it appears the brightest. But it's only the apparition we see because it's the gases of our atmosphere which illuminate and create the apparition. That's why over the flat Earth, you cannot triangulate the distance of the sun from 2 different locations because you're looking at 2 completely different apparitions because the atmosphere is always at the same height in every place.
Okay, all right. So, to have an apparition, you have to have a belief of an apparition. Jay Brown, do me a favor in Discord. I have posted some pictures that I have taken this evening. They're completely separate, but I do want to get to them, so just be aware that they're in flight ops.
Okay, they're in flight ops. Got it.
Yeah, you'll see them. You'll know what you're looking at when you see them. Okay.
He could have just said potato.
Partially, you are
he could have,
but partially, Ross, you are right. You are correct that the atmosphere causes the sunlight to change colors. But
to the viewer,
here's the big thing. Okay, are you familiar with photography at all?
With the
Are
what?
you familiar? Are you familiar with photography at all? Anything dealing
Yes, quite
with
a lot.
photography? Okay, all right.
I got my
So
first
you're
camera
aware.
at 17.
You're aware. Okay, you're aware that if I take a backlight and I'm casting it upon a person,
Here we go.
and I adjust that. Yes, thank you. There's several better
I
ones
know.
that are closer up, but yeah. Okay. Now this image has nothing to do with it. I just wanted to show off my new camera tonight. So yeah. Well, there's a backstory to the camera that you haven't heard yet. Different memory card, guys.
That's a nice pick.
Yeah. Well, it's a B500 Coolpix B500, so it's like I said, it's below a P1000 or a P900 by a long ways.
That's impossible.
Still a nice camera.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. But you're familiar that if I take a light and then I put an I change it upon where I'm looking at and what I'm shooting, I change the position of the shadowing and the coloration on the object that I'm photographing. Correct? Yes or no?
That you change what? Sorry.
That I
You
change
just virtually.
that I change the coloring on the individual as I cast the light. Yes or no?
Yeah. Exposure makes a huge difference in photography.
Okay,
absolutely.
I'm not talking about exposure. I'm talking about taking a light that is used, a photographer's light that is used to cast the immediate light that they would use to capture a subject. Okay.
Where are the boobies?
Yeah, I don't see how this is relevant to the pictures that you're showing us
Okay.
there.
All right.
Because you can't shine a light on the moon, obviously.
Okay, well, I mean, I was taking those, but I'll get to the moon here in a minute. Jay Brown kind of jumped the gun on the moon. Right.
Oh, sorry about that.
I told you to hold off. I'm sorry. I'm a Texan. I'm a Texan. He can't understand my accent whatsoever, and you probably
I can hear it in your accent.
Well, that's
okay.
fair. I mean, you're from Texas, so duh. Yeah.
Fight me.
Damn sailors, you can't trust them for shit.
Yeah, well, you know, the Texas Navy is probably the better part of the Navy at all. So
Yeah, but it's still the Navy, though.
Okay. What you do not get with a light is when you turn the light and you move the light, you don't get, when you're looking at it from the camera's perspective, casting it upon an object, the light being reflected off of that object, that intensity does not change at all whatsoever. That is true of any photograph. What you're claiming as being a fake image is the fact that that image is not having to show anything through miles and miles and miles of atmosphere. It's showing it
it's entirely through miles and miles of atmosphere.
No, it's not. Go back.
Well,
Jay
the
Brown,
subject
can you go back?
is.
Can you go
The
back?
subject's
Can you
within
go
the
back
atmosphere,
to that
right?
picture? Can you go back to the Himawari image, please?
I don't think that was Himawari, to be honest, but anyway.
Yeah, this isn't Himawari. Himawari would be showing more over here.
I've seen the even more fake-looking ones from Himawari, which are computer-generated based on real-time weather data collected from around the world. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, right. You have nothing to back that up with, but
yeah,
I do.
But,
no.
But
well,
but let me get through this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But do you see where the light would be directly behind the sun or behind the camera taking this image? Do you see where that light would be?
Well, it would have to be directly behind the camera, wouldn't it?
It would almost certainly be almost directly behind the camera, and I can show you why. Zoom in a little bit, Jay Brown.
Oh, hold on just a second.
And I can understand why the full moon glows all at once when we take a picture of the full moon, but not the full Earth.
Go down. The
full Earth isn't opaque like the moon.
Right there, zoom in straight center. Okay, now stop it right there. Do you see where Jay Brown's mouse is, and then going just a little bit to the left of that?
Looks like the devil's horns. Good.
Okay.
It looks like a reflection.
That's called a reflection. That is
the shadow of the photographer. I got it.
No, it's not a shadow. Okay, that is a hot spot. That is a point where the camera is receiving the most intense reflection off of the atmosphere,
Yeah, Mr.
That's
Blue
a
Marble
win.
told us all about how he adds a specular highlight to show more rotundity. It's just an artist's way to render something flat to look more
with that
circular than it really
Well,
is.
hang on. Since you made that claim, Jay, what is the source of this image? And do you have the data on when it was collected?
Unfortunately, I do not. I just did a random search for it.
Oh,
I'll be honest.
Oh, so it's not the 2012 Blue Marble image.
And so it's not an actual real photograph, which they reckon they've only ever been able to do back in the 70s,
It wouldn't take me long
1971
to
to be
do.
precise.
Citation,
The only
please.
time they've ever taken a real photo all in one, which is shown to be faked through a round window.
Citations are
Right.
needed for first.
Ross, citation needed. Unless you
Right.
can cite sources to support your claim, they are
Clerks don't need citations, Bill.
But
I've seen
does that
multiple
mean-
NASA spokespeople saying they've never been beyond low Earth orbit, and that the way they create these images is by stitching strips of imagery together and then forming it to give the expectation of what people want to believe in.
AJ
all
Brown.
admit
So does that mean that we are increasing the number of people that are in on the conspiracy? Because obviously
No, the artists
somebody.
admit to it. They'll tell you that's
Stop
what they do.
talking while I'm talking, please, sir. We have more people who are faking these hotspots on their pictures. So thus increasing the number of people who are in on the conspiracy. Question mark.
Well, this looks like the same image over and over, so it's not really telling us who created it. But it's not really a great number of people in on any conspiracy. They're just telling you that they are making images for their employees because that's their job. And they say, well, it looks a bit flat, so we put a specular highlight in it. We put some shading. We do this, we do that to make it look more spherical because this is the expectation of what we want to see to be this belief in a planet. There's no real evidence of any real actual curvature.
Oh, that's what I thought. Epic Discover from October 2017. So not a composites.
Yep, you just got wrecked, son.
Damn.
You can do the search yourself.
This is just.
Speaking of searches, I am interested in what will.
But hang on, have you tried to disprove that, or is this just you believe it straight away because you saw it written on a website? You take it on its word.
Ross, let me ask you a question. Do you believe it's fake because somebody else came in and misquoted a artist and said this is the reason why all space imagery is fake? Is that the reason why you believe it's fake?
I can just see it's fake straight away. It's obviously fake.
You can say
I can tell you it's fake.
Okay, hang on. By what exactly in the image is telling you that it is fake?
Well, it's an image of a globe, and he can't have that.
Jared, let him answer. Let him answer specifics. I need specific key points saying this is why it is fake. You need to look at the image and point them out.
I straight away told you why. It's the shading. It's the clarity of, say, even the continents themselves. Even from high altitude footage, the atmosphere gets so hazy that there is no clarity of any continents whatsoever. The atmosphere is basically like looking through a deep ocean by the time you see it through that much. You've got clarity of continents. You've got continuity of light over the entire image. When, as I said, one part would be midday, two other parts would be sunrise and sunset on an actual real globe. The whole thing is lit as one, as though it's just a flat image given a bit of shading to look as though it is spherical. It's a load of nonsense.
Okay, Jared.
Hold on.
Jared,
can I have the floor? Jay Brown, can you go back to the first image that you pulled up? He's saying that it's foggy and you can't see anything about it. Can you go back to the one that you originally had that showed the Red Sea?
Yeah, hold on just a second.
Yeah.
It's a bit too much try hard here, I think. Sorry.
No.
You're defending a religious belief here.
Okay. Yeah.
I think I'm earning you all.
Can you maximize that? Okay. So this is so cloudy that you can't see what's going on. Is my
Look at all those
cursor
clear
visible?
land masses.
Hold on. Can you calm down? Can you see my cursor, or do we need to use
We'll have to
J
use
Brown?
mine. We'll have to use mine. Tell me where you
Okay. Let's go up to the northern med as far as you can.
Ooh,
Okay.
scary.
So right around there, go to the north, the
Oh, the
south,
Bosporus Straits.
south a little bit.
Anatolia, Cyprus,
Well,
in here?
Greece.
well,
There
yeah.
is no up
So
and down on the globe. Come on.
okay, so I didn't say up and down. I said north south. So you're just off the coast of Syria, and
this is
No,
Turkey
no,
right here.
no, he's right off the coast
Syria's
of Turkey.
right here.
Yeah, Syria's down that way.
yeah. Well, I can't be too precise. So
your map.
you're looking at Syria, Israel here. Now we can go down to the Suez Canal, and then we can go down to the Red Sea. We have Egypt on either side, and then if we go farther down, we're looking at the Bab al-Mandeb, all the way down.
Djibouti,
All the way down to that choke point. That's the Bab al-Mandeb. And then
Okay, so we're going to cut to the chase here, and the point is there should not be any of that sort of clarity whatsoever, considering any high altitude footage balloon with a real camera on it can't even come close to showing that sort of clarity.
Yeah,
what hundreds of thousands of miles further away.
Oh, for Christ's sake, he just keeps talking.
Well,
I was demonstrating that there is plenty of clarity, and I'm prepared to show you the Gulf of Oman, the Gulf of Aden, the Strait of Hormuz.
I'm telling you, there should be zero
Southern
clarity.
Arabian Gulf, the Northern Arabian Gulf.
Why should there be zero clarity?
Plenty of clarity. There is plenty.
Well, when I'm allowed to talk.
There is plenty of clarity.
Okay, yes.
In this
we
image.
That is the problem. There should be no clarity.
Why? Why should there be no clarity?
Because, as I keep trying to say, when we send a high altitude balloon and get footage from a real camera high up in our atmosphere, there is no amount of clarity of any land masses whatsoever. It is all nothing but haze. So you're here even hundreds of thousands of miles further away looking through even all of that haze in its entirety, and you've got crystal clear clarity. It is obviously a painting taken from maps put together.
Sent up a balloon and showed curvature.
Nobody's ever showed curvature except with the fisheye lens.
Rob Skiba
Otherwise,
did.
it's flat and perfect. Rob Skiba. I highly doubt that.
And actually, Skiba also modeled and replicated the same types of images from this satellite that were taken during the Great American Solar Eclipse in the same year, 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I really
I have a question for
I just stressed you that.
Hey, I'll Jesus. Where are you in Australia? Are you west or east?
East, not too far from Cape Fire and the easternmost point in Australia.
Do you have a mobile phone?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you go outside, join the meets on your phone, and then point it at the sky?
Possibly could, but it's a bit raining at the moment, and it's a bit unpleasant. And the camera on my phone is actually pretty
weird.
wild.
It looks a little bit rainy from what I'm looking at. Let me zoom in.
That looks familiar.
Wait, so you don't want to help us to confirm whether or not the Himawari 8 weather satellite is accurate or not?
Look, I've already told you how the Himawari weather satellite works.
Are you clouds up here? Are you right in this area? Where are you at? Are you down here at the bottom? That looks a bit.
The very easternmost point, about at the top of that band of clouds.
And Ross, remember, you haven't told us how. You just claimed that they are faking it.
I told you that there are weather satellites all across the plane, everywhere, and they're all being gathering real live data all the time, and there's a supercomputer in Japan which collates all this data and gives us this image that we expect to see of somewhere on the globe.
Well,
So-
let's go back to the
Please,
cloud.
wait, guys. I got this. I have this. Okay, Ross. Now, what would you tell me if I told you that I can pick up Himawari 8 from specified points on the globe, and I don't have to be connected to the internet to do it? Would you call me a liar, yes or no?
Say that again. You could not be connected to the internet and collect images from Himawari 8.
Yes.
How can you do that without being on the internet?
Wireless
because
transmission is a thing.
Yeah.
Because of
Well,
the
of course,
satellite.
whether it's wireless or not, it's still the internet.
Because no. I'm not using anything connected to the internet. I am only going through the Himawari 8 transmission signal back to Earth.
Which you're picking up with a smartphone, which is on the internet.
I'm picking up with a directional antenna called a satellite dish. It's a thing.
Oh, and what's it pointing at? A satellite
Radio.
tower?
No, it's pointing straight up overhead.
It's pointing straight up.
Straight up overhead.
Well, there you go. You got transmission towers all around you, beaming
No.
signals all around, and pointing straight up.
He said
I'm
He
surrounded
said
by.
pointing up, not
It's a
Yeah.
directional. It's a
to the
directional antenna. It's a directional antenna. Its signal only goes in one direction, which way that antenna is pointing.
Okay, and what?
Okay.
And which part of the globe do you believe you live upon?
Well, I know where I live upon. I live upon.
Yeah, and which
ground-
part is it? Can you tell me?
North America. I live in
He
Texas.
said- he said
Okay, so
very
you're
deep.
pointing your
Okay.
you're pointing your
But
satellite
no,
in a completely
no,
your satellite dish in a completely
Where I'm-
opposite
where I'm
direction
go-
from the
will
one
you
which is
shut up
picking
and
up
listen to
Australia.
me?
Up is out. Up
Okay.
is out, mate. Up is out. You said it yourself.
No.
You're
I
pointing
didn't.
it out.
Okay. All right. No. You're
Yes.
trying to misrepresent where I'm at currently versus where I would be at when I received the signal from Himawari 8. Where I would be at would be in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, 3,000 miles in any given direction from a landmass.
Actually,
But
if we-
it's
if we
pointing at
could-
Australia at the moment.
And
We're on the other
okay.
side of the globe from you. We're on the exact opposite
Okay.
side. So if you're pointing your satellite up,
Okay.
you're pointing it away from the Himawari, the direct
I'm
wrong
pointing
direction.
it
I point
Green.
mine.
Bam, you just
I
bumped
hang
yourself.
on, guys.
mine.
Hang on, guys. Ross, I have another, what should be a wonderfully simple question for you.
We have to change the topic again.
No, this is directly related to what you were just talking about.
No problem, no problem.
What is your experience and knowledge about RF communication?
Absolute zero, my bet. Actually, I can tell you it's absolute
Just
zero.
let him answer.
Oh, I've got a modem in my home.
That wasn't an
A
answer to
modem,
the
a
question.
modem is
A modem.
wired. A modem
I
is
don't
wired.
think he knows what
not
RF
wired.
is.
It's wireless.
Wired.
It's wireless. I've got the NBN, and it points towards the tower, the
What?
transmission tower, because as all electronic communications do, they point towards towers.
hang on,
Transmission
hang on,
towers.
guys, hang
That
on,
relay
guys.
from one tower to the next.
Guys, hang on.
And that's fair enough.
Bo, shut up.
Me and Bo need to purchase face palm protection.
Shut up. Ross, so is the extent of your experience with RF communications solely as the consumer end?
Personally, yes, but I also understand how
So
it works.
why
from
the
one
fuck are you
transmission
trying to
tower
talk about
another.
it as if you know how it works?
I don't have to be a technician to know how things work. I know how a motor
Yes, you
car
do.
works without being a mechanic. I know how a
don't
computer
know
works
how
without being a
You're
computer
in a
technician.
room
I know how a
full
light
of
bulb
people
works
who
without
know
being a
how it
light
works.
bulb maker.
You
know,
know about
I know lots of
quantum
things.
physics. That's awesome. Wow, you know
I have
about
a fair good idea of how a heart works. Hey, do you want me to open you up and do a heart transplant? I mean, I have a good idea of how that works.
Well,
It doesn't mean that I can build it myself, but I know how it works.
I don't have to build a
It's
heart to
transmissions
do a
from one
transplant.
tower to
I'll
another
give you a
tower.
heart, man. Let me open up that chest of yours.
Just the basics. What does RF mean?
Radio frequency.
Oh, good. He's got the very, very basics.
We were talking about that before with radar. It's frequency. Frequency.
It's not just
Ooh,
frequency.
big words.
No, see, you were doing so well,
Yeah, frequency
and
is a
then
small
you
piece of the
went and
puzzle.
fucked it away.
So, Ross, frequency is a small piece of the puzzle. What else factors in to RF communication as it is pertaining to the signal itself?
Transmission and receiving.
No, that is
No.
that
Holy shit.
wow. Wow.
Oh my God. Jesus
Well, you
Christ.
tell me then. Obviously, you don't ask a question you don't know the answer to, so you tell me.
We all know the answer. I'm pretty sure everybody else here knows the answer except for you.
Well, you're laughing at me for my answer.
I'm just baffled that you went at such a low level answer. Especially seeing, especially seeing as how you want to talk about the frequency of the signal. You don't want to talk about any of the other characteristics of the signal?
Like
Look,
amplitude,
I told you that there's a
wavelength,
whole spectrum of different ranges to do with it. It's got nothing to do with the basics of what you're asking for, which is transmission and reception.
Hang on, guys. Just leave this one to me for a second. So the amplitude of the signal has nothing to do about whether or not it can be received or not, right?
Yeah, of course it will.
Oh, so there is other factors that matter. Whereas
I told you there's a myriad of other factors,
just a second ago, you said none of that.
What about wavelengths?
I'm not a technician. That's the whole point.
Oh,
it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. The fact is, it does work, and we know how it works.
You're not
by transmitting whatever frequency
you are not a technician.
You have to know specifically about or not know in order for it to still work.
You are not.
Ask him what hertz are.
You are not a technician. You do not know how the system works. However, you want to speak as if you know how the system works. Do you not see the logical disconnect there?
Hang on a second.
Evading.
I'll be back in a moment.
Of course, he'll be back in a moment.
Google.
Am I getting too good at this, guys? Is that what this is coming down to?
I think we're all just getting better at this as time goes by.
I still want to know if he wants to let me do surgery on him. I know how hearts.
You know the basics of the circulatory system. Why not have it?
Yeah, I mean it's only like 5 major arteries. I can count that with my hand.
Yeah, I don't remember. Did I tell y'all that I'm going to be debating Zoom Truth?
Yes.
Okay, I couldn't remember. I've been in like 3 different hangouts today. It was like hangout day.
William
Hey,
Signs.
Jared, check the internal chat.
Hang on, William Signs. My brain has an owie. Good.
I don't think he's coming back.
Hey, if he comes back, can I have a chat with him one-on-one real quick? Because I have a couple ideas.
I think this would be hilarious. Yes.
Yes, because I want.
I'm actually still listening. I just had to talk to somebody.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, hang on a second. To answer Bo in the USA Discord, yes, polarization is a thing.
Yeah.
Bo and I. Okay, Bo and I both are amateur radio operators in our respective countries. I think we're the only 2 ham radio operators here, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, at this moment, but my specialty was RF communications and navigation, plus other systems, including radar and fire control.
So you're going to be joining us in the ranks of amateur radio operators with radar endorsements, correct? Yes or no?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, I would like to get in on that, like with my kid, because I think he would think that was fun because he loves to talk to people just for days.
Schrodinger, the Boy Scouts have a program for a merit badge for that. And if you need any help, I've got friends who actually work with the Boy Scouts of America to actually help you find a troop to actually get into that.
He would love it.
We actually do a licensing program through the Boy Scouts in coordination with various other volunteer examiners in the United States.
Oh, did he leave?
Oh, did he drop out?
All right, welcome back, Flatty.
There he goes.
So
Cheers.
I got a couple of questions for you because I've been looking into, EMF sensitivity. Do you know anything about that?
Look, as I said, I'm a complete and absolute amateur when it comes to it, but I
am
understand the
too. I
principles
have
of how
no
it works.
education in this in any way, shape, or form, but I know that recently there's been this whole 5G evolution that they're trying to push, and I've been
And a
looking
lot of people
at
against
dangers
it, yeah.
of it. Yeah. What do you think of it being like an MK Ultra type of thing, where it's essentially
Can you
put
don't
there
go
in
there,
order to
please?
try to program our minds?
Yeah, technically, I believe that you're definitely onto something with that, but I don't think it's anything new under the sun. They've been pushing out, 3G, 4G, 5G's just taking it to another level, which is inevitable anyway. If you think you can escape this sort of stuff, it's
Oh, no,
a
there's no
losing battle to begin with. So I don't get paranoid about it. I understand it's always been the case ever since the internet existed. Ever since we've had mobile phones, we've been spied on the whole entire time. We've been tracked, we've listened to, and it's probably not such a bad thing if they're getting rid of terrorists, but if they're suppressing free speech and freedom of thought, then I think that's where we're stepping into dangerous
Totally
territory.
agree with you. The thing that bothers me is its ties to the CIA and MK Ultra.
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely the ability.
They shouldn't be trying to essentially send waves into our brain in order to change our thoughts.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's pretty much what it's all about. That's why they've been chemtrailing us for the last 20 years, so that we've been breathing in all these nanoparticles, and they're all been absorbed into all our organs and our brain, and so we're basically going to be living zombies, completely controlled by them. So yeah,
I don't think
part
that
of the
it's.
agenda.
I don't think essentially that it's nanoparticles. I think it's nanobots because then they have more control over it.
Yeah, they're nanobots, yeah, but they start off as nanoparticles, but they're self-replicating, and they can then be programmed from apart by all the cell towers.
How long have they been chemtrailing for?
They've been fully chemtrailing us since about 2001.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Okay.
Hold on now.
So how come?
This is a 101.
So how come? Hang on.
Hey,
Hang on.
101.
How come that the first case that there was a case of serious long-term contrail formation that formed a cloud that completely covered the southern half of England in 1943, caused by the United States.
They've been experimenting with this stuff for a long time, of course. Since they've taken to the air, they've been experimenting with it.
This was caused by the propeller-driven, the piston engine-driven B-17s and B-24s of the United States 8th Army Air Force.
Okay.
Yeah, using inferior fuel at the time of war. Yeah, let's move on from that. And modern chemtrails are no comparison.
Let's get back onto our conversation because I'm totally with you here. Something that I have been thinking about is, especially when it comes to chemtrails, there's been good development ever since World War II. Ever since the Cold War, when we sent, men, quote unquote, to the moon. You want to know what one of the astronauts supposedly took with him?
Golf clubs?
Part of the original Wright brothers plane. And it just screams that it's a government conspiracy. Does that not scream government conspiracy?
It sounds a bit suspect to me, but yeah, I don't scream conspiracies about anything, but yeah, I'd take it all under my wing and say, yep, you've probably got a lot of evidence to support one, yeah.
Yeah. Well, do you think that it is... There's obviously a secret government that's in power. I mean, it's not even really hidden with Parliament, but in America especially, there's a hidden government that is not elected. It's all under the table, driven by power and greed.
That's been well known for
the idea. There's been something going on recently that I've noticed. Are you familiar with the Greys?
With the which?
The Greys. UFOs.
Greys. Oh, yeah. That's something I was way into a couple of decades ago. Yeah.
Well,
I've been into every conspiracy under the sun, believe me.
Yeah. if you look into it, especially the reptilians, there's a common factor that you will see in so much television. Recently, with the whole Amazon series with David Tennant, you have him literally with reptilian eyes. I mean, they're not hiding it anymore. And I believe that it's not aliens or all that stupid shit, but I believe that it's angels and demons. Those are the demons. Those are the Nephilim among our world.
You're hitting upon something there. There's definitely something to it. Yeah.
That there has to be something to it. I mean, even the Bible speaks about the flat Earth.
Yeah. And
Which I think that's where I think people get confused because there are sightings of reptilians, but I just think that it's essentially spawns of demons.
okay, yeah, I can understand why people would interpret them as demons back in the day. I mean, you look at all those statues around, say that cathedral at Notre Dame, whatever it's called, the Notre Dame cathedral that recently had a bit of a fire, and you look at all the bizarre statues all around that. A lot of those could be interpreted as greys and demons and various other things too. And you can't just put those down to fanciful imagination that is just artistic interpretation of something. They're actually trying to depict things that people have actually seen at various times.
Even in some famous not Picasso, but some famous Da Vinci paintings about Jesus. There were some flying objects in the sky that were very pointy.
Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, but I don't think that we're pointing towards outer space. When I say outer,
no.
I use the word Saturn.
I don't think that it's angels or I don't think that it's UFOs. I think that it's demons, and then it's all enclosed.
Okay.
Can you stop?
Interesting.
I can't. My
no,
fall protection wore out long ago.
No, you wished. Go ahead and mute. Let these two keep going.
It's what? Okay, so long story short, right? I think that there's been a ongoing brainwashing, especially within America. There's been so much partisan ideologies pushed that we're almost to the point of another world war. And this is where I think the plans for essentially the Rockefeller plan takes effect. Right? There's going to be a one world currency and then one world order that's put in place to, quote, stop all the wars. And all our differences will be put aside. And at that point, that's when the mark of the beast comes.
Yeah, well, if you want to hear my interpretation on that, basically, we've always been at war. We've always been at war. There's never been an end to war. This whole idea of another war is actually a way of also another form of mind control to say that we're not at war, when actually we are at war. They are at war against us. They're just doing it more hidden and more covertly. The whole method of apparatus is by way of deception, shall we do war? And so by giving you the illusion of thinking you're free, you think you're free. You actually fall for it. You believe it. You're told you live on a spinning ball, so you believe it because that creates this whole idea of, well, this is all we've got. We're in this finite, limited space. There's nothing more to it than that. There may be potential attacks from outer space and we might be hit by an asteroid at any minute. Life is such an unlikely thing. We've always been at war, and the most thing that we're at war with is the war for our minds and the mind control. And so what it all is boiling down to, if, as you were saying, we don't need another war necessarily, because they've been taking us by deception, bit by bit, through all our food, our water, our air, all this technology. They basically already own us. Now when they switch on the next lot and we are turned into mind-controlled zombies, then bam, they've already got us. And we will think we're at peace and the whole world is at one with one another because we're not even using our own minds anymore. We're using what they're telling us we think.
Which, especially you can see this in recent terms, especially with them turning people gay with chemicals in the water. It's put there in order to depopulate the mass, right? And to essentially...
Well, we've already got enough population to some degree, but by stopping us from breeding, it cuts our genetic heritage down as well, and it weakens us as well. So only the really effeminate, weak, easily controlled ones are all that's left. And as long as they get given their drugs and their discos and whatever, then they're happy. And they can,
What do you
move
think
around and carry on as much as possible. But there's no real strong enemies left to fight against this actual war that has been waged since the beginning of time.
Yeah. What do you think of, especially within the world? What do you think of the whole idea behind eugenics?
Yeah, it's a disgusting program by the people who hate the fact that there are intelligent people of a different race to them. See, this particular race, I can't mention them by name because that gets us a YouTube ban or whatever.
Feel free.
But they're the chosen people. And who's the God of this world? The God of this world is Satan. And his chosen people are the ones who get all the riches and the wealth, and they get to treat us like cattle and treat us as slaves. And our whole entire lives from cradle to grave is to be taught how to be good little slaves, to follow the system. Don't buck the system. If you buck the system, they'll make an example of you. They'll make you homeless, or they'll throw you in jail. Or if you do anything wrong, you have to be a debt slave your whole entire life. This is how they control us. And they don't give you time to think. They don't give you time for your race to become powerful, because you're all enslaved in the same system. And if you speak up against them, they shut you down. You become an outcast. It's the way it is. They, by way of deception, they do war.
And here I thought that powerful. That doesn't sound right, does it?
Well,
that didn't come through to me. That's what you said.
What do you think? Because I know this is especially ever since we've gotten actual people within office, especially here in America. I noticed that there's been a lot more riots coming, right? And I'm noticing more and more riots and more fights for freedom. Did you think,
this is also by design. The more rights you have, then the more you can turn around and declare martial war and either lock everybody in their homes or shoot them on sight for not being in their homes. So it's a great depopulation tool, is to incite riots. That's not the way to do it. You don't incite riots to, as they say, you don't fuck to have chastity. The way to make peace is by being peaceful, not to go into war-like efforts. The way to be peaceful is by having intelligent thoughts, by sharing true knowledge, and then by fighting it peacefully, by opting out and by saying, I do not consent to your rule, because what they're looking for this whole time is our consent. And so when we agree to be violent against them, that gives consent, and it gives them the right to be violent back against us. So you just got to opt out. Don't fall for their tricks. Don't fall for anger. Be above that. Don't consent, and somehow try and avoid this technology they're ramming into us through the very air we breathe and the food we eat, and the water we drink.
One of the things that really bothers me, what's up with that? That's weird. One of the things that really bothers me recently has been this entire push for debt, right? They've really been trying to cripple everyone imaginable. You can't do anything without being in debt anymore, right?
Yeah. That's what money is. Money is debt. It's a promise to pay. It's a promissory note.
I mean, we're all corporations, are we not?
Well, so they tell us, but some of us are real men on the land as well.
Yeah. I'm only like 20, and I haven't really researched any of it. But how can I protect myself from this?
You probably can't. I think it's inevitable. I think basically all you can do is educate yourself with knowledge and know that the truth is what sets you free. And that is why I find Flat Earth to be the greatest truth movement, because it exposes the whole web of lies from the very ground up. Everything is a web of lies. If you can believe you live on a spinning ball in outer space, then your mind is already so easily manipulated to believe anything else they tell you. So you go to school, you get indoctrinated, you get told you live on a ball from the time you're 5 years old. It gets reinforced with movies, with programming, with Hollywood studio productions. The whole thing, our whole lives, is taught to show us this fantasy world that there's this outer space, and they're selling us the dream, this dream that we don't have to save the homeless people here starving on the earth. What we have to do is keep going into outer space, spending trillions and billions of dollars to pursue this dream and give you hope for a future. It's always about hope, always hope for tomorrow, hope for an afterlife. all these religious beliefs about hope for something better that will come later. Why not just do it now? Why not just stop wasting money on useless shit and start giving people the decent homes, giving them decent jobs to do, give them a decent reason to live. Stop, making them useless. Stop making them fight over every single little pissant job that comes along because you're so desperate to do it, because you need to do it to survive, because you have to pay rent. Somebody else is in debt because the banks control it all. And when everybody falls into default, they come and take it all. We're all homeless. We all get rounded up into camps and literally starve to death. And that's game over.
Yeah,
Do you
watching
think
the
we'll
plebs
ever
fight is funny.
What was that?
Go ahead, Jared.
I was just saying, watching the plebs fight is funny.
Do you think that there will ever be a time that we go against the banks? I want essentially. I think what should be done is essentially stop it at the head.
Like cutting the head off the beast, so to speak. But when every time you do that, two more heads grow in its place. That's the whole thing. You can't do it with violence. It has to be done through peaceful measures.
How can we get into it and stop this from all behind closed
Well,
doors?
by opting out, by realizing that we are not what's the word? We're not not forced. We are not. My head's not thinking of the right word at the moment. We don't have to play their game. As soon as we step in and roll the dice like on the Monopoly game, we're part of the game. But if we step aside and we opt out, then obviously they're going to try and come and hunt you down because they've got strong armed forces and they say, well, you're living on somebody else's land. So you have to form a commune of people with some amount of wealth to buy a decent amount of land to start an actual community which you are able to defend from outside interference, and then just opt out. Don't be part of their system anymore. Make your own system. Play by your own rules. Just so long as you play by the right rules, which do no harm, help one another. The more you help others, the more you're helping yourself, and the more your society will start to grow, and more people are going to choose to say, hey, that's a much better way of life. I don't want to be working to make some other guy rich for a pittance who I can barely afford to pay my electricity bill. That's no life at all. But that's what we're all sort of succumbing to. We can't afford to pay for our homes. A home should be a basic right of every single citizen of the free world. But instead, we're not. We're free-range slaves, and it's even worse because instead of in the old days when slaves were taken into custody, they were given housing, they were given clothes and food because that's what you needed to keep your slaves at least happy and compliant. Now we're given this illusion of freedom, then we're free-range slaves, but we're no better off. We're even worse off because now we have to provide everything for ourselves, and everything keeps going up and up and up, far less than the actual amount of pittance they give you for doing the tasks that you'd rather not be doing in the first place. You'd rather be home with your family or making music or, going for walks in nature. That's what life should be about, not being debt slaves and doing shitty jobs. It's all ass backwards, and we're committed to this system because our forefathers allowed us to be, or we got forced into it. We say we tell ourselves we won the war, but we lost it. We lost it. We fought the war for somebody else, for the controlling factors, to have more and more and more control over us.
You never see a banker at work.
Nah.
So one of the things that I noticed was, especially the World War II, that there's a great big evil, and then there's the good. I don't think anyone can be purely evil like they claim, right? I think the reason why history says that there are true evil people within history is because they went against the banks, essentially, right? And that's known through history.
Exactly, and they get to write the history, and they get to program everybody's mind of who the real evil was when it wasn't at all. They were the real evil all along. It takes a greater evil to defeat a great evil, and then it takes an even greater evil to manufacture that the actual one fighting chance humanity had at one stage to actually stand up to them, to then depict him as the real evil. I mean, that to me is the greatest trick in modern human history.
Yeah, what bothers me out of that is the manufactured story that even if you put it together with math, right, their own math, It just does not add up.
Oh, of course not. No. The story was written 10 years before the war even started.
Yeah.
6 million people were already killed, and then they just keep perpetuating that figure because they love that figure. And yet when Israel was founded after the war, ever guess how many mysterious citizens appeared out of nowhere to start the nation of Israel? Again, it was that mystical 6 million people that were there all along. They were never exterminated. They were all shipped off the whole time. It was
All right,
the
I'm
biggest
fucking done. I did it. I'm fucking done. Jared, yeah, about it.
Well, you know who Americans should know who its master is. It is Israel, and you are America's. You are Israel's lapdog.
Ross,
That's what your military works for.
hang on, Ross. Pig has been fucking with you this entire time to see how much you would go along with him.
I'm understanding of that. I'm well aware that he was doing that.
No, you weren't.
Right.
You just got owned, son.
I knew it straight away the minute he started talking about the Greys, but that's okay. I'm happy to play along because it allowed me to share far more than I would have been able to otherwise if I didn't also play along. So thanks very much.
Yeah,
You didn't share shit except your racism.
It's not racist. It's not racist to defend your own
Whoa. Hang on, Ross. Let's rewind the tape a little bit there. Where when the topic was eugenics, you said that, well, I can't say that because YouTube won't like it. Speaking to a particular faction of humanity.
Correct.
Exactly, the chosen ones.
And
who are they chosen by? I told you they were chosen by. That's why they get special leave to do as they will, because they have been given all the power and technology at this time. But it's going to change.
We don't
who
care
are the
about
chosen
what
ones?
Quran says, Ross.
Yeah. Who are these chosen ones, and who are the unchosen ones?
You know exactly who they are. They own all the.
I'm asking
media.
you. I have no idea.
All the banks.
I have no idea.
Them all the way
Who
to the
are
Vatican.
the chosen ones?
Oh, well, the ones, if you say their name, then you become anti-Semitic.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Not
that's
anti-Semitic.
fairly clear. Okay. Who are the
Because they're not even
unchosen ones?
Semites.
Okay.
The Goyim, who are considered to be lesser than, to be their working class, the cattle, their slaves. The Goyim
you.
who are us, the normal person, the one who doesn't have all this wealth and privilege.
You've made your position
Why are you
clear.
such a pussy that you can't speak your mind?
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Why? Because I've had too many laptops and computers and so forth killed in the past, completely deadened that they wouldn't even start again every time I go too far down this track. Every time I even mention it on Facebook, 30-day ban. I don't want to say it out loud. I'm not going to be incited to say it because then you will also then call me racist.
When it comes up, right? Hot locals in your area who want to fuck, don't click the link. Don't click the picture, okay?
Damn it, that's what I've been doing wrong.
Like when it comes up that you have been infected with a virus, pay money here, always pay them the money. Do it because you need to keep your computer working. Pay them that money, and it'll all be good.
But
yeah, well, obviously you asked
at
for
the same time,
by the way, you're a pussy little bitch.
At the same time,
oh really? Well, that was a big man of you to say from behind your screen. Wow, I'm impressed.
Hey!
Oh no, Ross, you do not want him to turn on the camera. You will not like what you see.
Right.
I would probably end the stream if I were you, Jared.
Oh no! Oh, trust me, I'm about to hide the meeting capture if Pig goes to turn on his camera.
I'm getting naked. Okay, I'm going down.
Yeah, maybe be man enough to own up to your racism, and be man enough to not be a bitch when Piggy makes you #bitchmade.
Turn on my camera. That's not a problem. I can turn on my camera if you like.
I didn't say turn on your camera. I said don't be bitchmade. If you want to own up to your racism, own up to it.
It's not racism. You're the ones pushing me to say who are the ones in control. We know it's the banks. We know who owns the banks. We know who owns the press. We know who owns Hollywood. We know who's being exposed.
I don't know who owns the press. Can you please tell me?
You don't know.
I
do your own research.
No idea.
Do your own
Come on.
research, dude.
Just
do-
say it.
You know, it's kind of ironic to hear the words "do your own research" from someone who couldn't answer a simple question about how they came to the conclusions that they have about so many topics.
Hey, Jared.
Right.
This picture that I'm showing was taken at 6:30
I told you how
local
I
time
come
in
to that
Hawaii.
many conclusions. Fuck. That's a really false statement to make. You asked me how do I prove they came from independent sources. And
Yeah,
then I
and
said,
your
well, if they
answer-
do come from a
and
multitude of
your-
independent
and
sources and
your
they all collaborate
answer-
with one another.
Your answer was intuition.
Yeah,
I
that's
have
right. I
a
listened to
question.
it with an open mind for a long
Intuition is
time
not a
and used my
choice.
intuition.
I have a
Anyway.
question for Ross that I asked to someone
hear
else
this question.
several weeks ago. I think it was on AT2's show. My great grandmother was thrown into the fire. Piggy,
Sorry.
please.
Stop. Yep.
My great grandmother was born of a Jewish father, and she was thrown into the fire by her parents or her grandparents because she was half Jewish. Would you throw my great grandmother into the fire?
I wouldn't throw anybody into the fire, and I can't believe that you have ancestors who would do such a thing and you're proud to talk about it openly like that. That's disgusting. If any of my ancestors did such a thing, I would be suppressing that right down below.
Talking about it does not denote pride.
No,
And
I'm
avoiding it does not say anything in either direction about it either.
But I could turn around and say then, well, what proof do you have of this? Do you have photographic evidence? Do you have any documents that prove this happened? Or is this just a story you're telling me to try and trip me up into some other?
I'd like photographic
scenario.
evidence of your actual discernment skills, but that's not going to happen.
No, Ross, why would this be so disgusting when it is, being approved for something that you can actually do in the Bible? Why would you say it's so disgusting?
Look, I don't use the Bible as an authority in anything. I think the whole book is disgusting from one end to the next until at least it reached the New Testament, after Christ existed. But I don't even read that particular one either because...
What's so different about the New Testament compared? Sorry, I was looking for the word compared to the Old Testament. Why would that?
Well, have a look at the people who wrote it, would you? God, that's all that needs to be said. That's all that really needs to be said. Have you ever read the Essene Gospel of Peace? The Essene Gospel of Peace is true words of Jesus himself.
Why do you think Why do you think that's the case?
Because it was directly translated from Dead Sea Scrolls from the original Aramaic, and it resonates. It resonates with me because I am a truther. I've always been a truther.
Why do you think that is true?
There's a reason why the Dead Sea Scrolls are called Gnostics, because they were taken from various points of the Bible and glommed together. They are other scriptures written with fairy tales from a Gnostic cult. That's proven.
So have you not read the Essene and Gospel of Peace, book one?
Yes, I have.
You have. Okay. And did you find there was any truth or wisdom within it?
I found that there were,
or did you find that saying people could throw people in fires?
That there were other scriptures written within it because that particular was written.
You have not read the Essene Gospel of Peace.
It was written 320 years after the birth of Christ.
The Essene Gospel of Peace was only recently translated in the last century from the original Aramaic scrolls. And whether they were written 300 years after or not, I couldn't tell you. But this is one of the most recent translations, which very few people bother to read. Very few people take the time to actually absorb the knowledge within it. And how he tells us, Jesus himself tells us that you do not read dead scriptures to get your wisdom. You get your wisdom of the living word of the living God through the living mother's angels, the living Mother Earth. that is where you get it from. The air, the water.
So I
The-
just want to
the-
make sure. I want
I
to
have
make sure.
got
I
angels
want to
above
make.
it.
Hang on, guys. I want to make sure I heard you correct again. You said you didn't know when it was written, but you know it was the word of Jesus.
Yes.
Again,
and I would like
you
to say,
fail to see the logical disconnect there.
No,
You claim
I
to
do not, because
You claim to
I have
not
told
know
you,
something,
I have
and then
discernment.
use. Wow.
I have discernment because of personal experience. That is
Which
the
is
hugest difference between me and somebody else. When you read something that is truth, you know it is truth.
No.
If you know that it is full of falsity,
Okay,
then you can
okay.
interpret it as falsity. You can
No.
see right
So
through it.
hang on, Bo.
Just as
Hang
I
on,
could
Bo.
see through
Hang
Mr.
on,
Pig
Bo.
before. I knew he was full of shit.
So,
But I played along because he allowed me to express some other truths that we wouldn't have got to
now
otherwise.
you got owned, bitch.
hang on. So now that you have reiterated the same thing that you said before, that made something come to mind. By your logic and your rules of discernment, Dr. Seuss is the greatest writer of all time and has prophesized everything.
Correct. And I got a lot of wisdom from Huckleberry Finn.
Yeah, I think I'm done here if I'm going to be talking with children. I thought we were going to treat each other with respect. And
it's
here
your
it turns
logic.
around that you've turned into a bunch of children in a freaking schoolyard ganging up on somebody
just
to
following your
try and
logic.
expose something that you cannot do.
Just
You're all
just following your logic and showing where you are contradicting yourself with your own words.
I never said Dr. Seuss. I said a professor, a highly learned professor who interpreted some ancient Aramaic scroll directly. And so there might be some misinterpretations, some mistranslations here and there, but for the most part, it resonates with the truth, which I know to be the truth because I am the truth.
Your discernment goes off of your feelings and your emotional state when you read something. That is not how truth is determined. Which is why I compared it to Dr. Seuss and how you can get the same level of truth and discernment from a children's book.
Sam, I am. Green eggs and ham. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yep. That really tells you how to get connected with the one true God, the one living God. Yeah, gotcha.
Green eggs are disgusting. Like, who would want to eat those? That's great wisdom.
Well, so why would you say that Dr. Seuss is this thing that you're just claiming? You're just totally throwing a spanner in the works that never needed to be thrown.
No,
it was ridiculous.
He's using your own reasoning.
No,
why?
He's using no reasoning whatsoever. I use logic and understanding and truth, not bringing up bullshit.
Listen to me.
To try and claim something.
Listen to what I'm trying to say. He is saying that by his own belief and understanding, he can claim that Dr. Seuss is the one true word of God. That he
can claim that, but he better
Hey, let me finish. By doing so, that means that anybody else can come up with the same logic. I could say the same thing about Christopher Paolini and his work called The Inheritance Cycle, and that is the true path to God. That's what you're missing here, is you're not understanding that what you believe and taking as truth is not the same thing as empirical evidence that backs it up.
See, that's what we're trying to show. No, what I'm trying to show you is it's not the book itself. It is the teachings within it, which you then apply to your life and then make it into reality. If you don't apply it, then it will never be your reality and you will never understand it. You are trying to say that some book is this, that, or the other. I'm not saying it's the book. I'm saying it's the teachings, it's the wisdom, and it's your interpretation and your ability to absorb it into your life and to make it part so that you too can become part of the living word, of the living God.
If a cat is going to help you clean up your house before your parents get home, what's wrong with that? The cat's going to help you clean up your house. Like, for Christ's sake, why wouldn't you want to get in on that? That was a question.
I didn't hear a question. I heard some bullshit.
Oh, well, what I was saying was
listening to yourself.
Yeah, there's this cat, and he's going to help you clean up your house really quick before your parents get home and catch you with the screwed up house. Why wouldn't you want to get in on that? That's some wisdom right there.
No, that's some bullshit because you don't have a cat that does that, so don't be ridiculous.
Could
Live
I-
in
could I-
reality
you,
and stop
and he
speaking
has-
bullshit.
But
I think
there's
your
a-
mind's been so
there-
mindfucked by living in a
but there's-
world of Hollywood bullshit and gamer world, you don't even understand reality.
Hang on. So you're saying he doesn't have a cat that does that, but you also don't have evidence that there was someone who was dead for 3 days and then arose and was living again. So
Doesn't matter. It doesn't
Oh,
matter.
oh, so it
There was the
doesn't
things he
matter
taught
when it's
while he was
your
alive,
So-
which matter.
So
Hold on.
it doesn't matter when it's your belief, but when we use your own
It's not
logic
a belief.
against
I'm leading you to
Really?
knowledge and showing you how you too
So
can find
what's
it within
the evidence
yourself.
that the resurrection
I'm not saying
happened?
that you're going to get it from believing in a magical cat.
Where is
magical
the
anything.
evidence that the resurrection happened?
It's irrelevant. I don't care whether it did or didn't. It's got nothing to do with the wisdom that came from the living man while he was living and teaching it to people that needed
That's the whole foundation of the
the
religion.
wisdom. I don't really care about the religion. I'm not religious. Yeah,
But you
fuck the
believe in
religion.
God, therefore you are religious.
I can quote,
You're not
I
religious,
can
but
quote
you're religious.
scripture.
And you call yourself Jesus in part of your name.
No.
Jesus tried to fuck the religion too, and they crucified him.
No, hang
What
on.
you guys are
Bo.
trying to do.
Hang on, Bo. You can't really use his screen name here against him because he actually used to use his regular name, his actual name, like I used to. But he changed his to a moniker that he had gotten from people watching him because.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I take it back. Fair enough. That I take that back. That's fair enough.
But I can quote scripture. Ensues
Good for you.
chapter 15, verse 3. Thou cat which is wearing that hat, helps thou children clean thou house before thus parents arrive at thus house.
Could I ask?
All right, I'm just going to go and grab a beer, and I'll be back in like 3 or 4.
No, Jared, I want to ask him what Revelation says at the very end about adding and subtracting books.
I gotta go to bed, folks. I really do. I did my best. I stuck in as long as I could.
All right, later, cat.
Later, cat.
But Piggy, oh my God, are you still here?
Piggy gives the win of the internet award today.
I typed that in the side chat that he won the internet.
Yes, I saw that. Oh, Jared, by the way, I'm sending you my medical bill because you allowed Piggy to go off on that. I now have 2 black eyes, a bloody nose. Actually, I think it's broken, and I know for sure I've probably broken my jaw.
And I'll be sending Jared and Pig my face palm protection repair bill because I don't have to get them to pay my medical bills because the state does that for me. But I do.
When he said he was onto it the whole time. No, he wasn't. He's fucking lying.
He was feeding right into Piggy. Piggy was feeding him every conspiracy theory Piggy could think of.
All right. Anyways,
where's Piggy? He's not here, so I can tell him congratulations before I leave.
No,
he's probably doing something with his hand.
Ah, God damn it, Piggy.
Yeah.
So I just want to say, and this is more so to the audience out there, admit it. You're enjoying this more than you would have movie night.
Oh, this is
what's your man?
Great.
Then again,
I'm here way later than I should be. My wife's probably mad as fuck at me right now.
Was it worth it though?
Yeah.
Movie night. Who do we have on? Who do we have on for movie night tomorrow night?
I don't know. I haven't taken a look at the menu yet. It hasn't even been released. Well, there you go.
I'm hoping the Hovens get doubled up. We've missed out on the Hovens too much.
No, we haven't.
No, we haven't.
Yes, we have.
No, we have not.
We have.
Eris is completely off the books for me. I am so done with them. Kent Hovind, okay, every now and then, fair enough, because he's pretty funny sometimes in a stupid way. But Eric, hell no.
Well, I mean,
All right.
okay, but I don't want Hovind the Younger. Hovind the Younger is too damn easy. I want Hovind the Elder.
Phrasing.
I was just thinking of the same thing. Hey, so Jared,
Experience.
this picture was taken by Furball today. And,
But I didn't know tribbles had fingers to push buttons. That's impressive.
All right, but before y'all go on, I gotta go.
Yep. Later, Cat.
Later,
Good night,
Cat.
everybody, and
night.
this was a whole fuck ton of fun. I've never been on this long, so but I'm
Just for safety, Schrödinger, please
Yes,
have
sir.
someone monitor your bile discharge while you sleep, just for safety sake. I don't want you,
I've never had an issue with that, but you know, just in case, I guess I'll maybe put on a diaper or something.
Yeah, you need to
Shit.
invest in adult diapers. That's for damn sure.
yeah, for those little.
Oh,
Shit, the Flat Earth Aussie Jesus is back on. Maybe I'll stick around for a few more minutes.
There's a nice, mature,
Okay.
sensible discussion, and look what it denigrated into. So thanks a lot, guys, for inviting me. I think it was Bo that invited me. He seemed to be quite decent most of the time, but when that pig guy got here, well, it went to shit, didn't it?
Yeah, Bo invited you with my blessing because this is my show, my channel, and you're welcome to come back next panel that I
who's
decide to
speaking
open
now?
up.
Who's speaking now? Sorry, it doesn't show up on my thing.
The
That is
eagle
pig?
head. No, not pig. The eagle head. Jared. AT2
What do you have to click to
Productions.
get to see who's speaking? Because I'm not getting too many options here.
The man with the medals.
When you click on the top right, you have a three what do you call them, tabs? One with two silhouettes of people, then a number 10, then a talk, then a.
I think the trouble is my laptop, for some reason, even though I opened it up in Google, it's opened it up in Firefox, which I don't normally use, and
You need
It
to
doesn't take
reset
that.
your default browser then.
yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. Yeah.
Jesus.
Especially
I wanted
if it's,
to stick around a little bit more just to see
But anyway,
to send into, but
Flat Earth Aussie, I got one question for you. When people say Jesus Christ, do you answer?
of course. If people say, "Oh Jesus," I go, "Yeah, what?"
That brings up so many Mel Brooks memories for me. I thank you for that.
But how would?
No, you're welcome. Like you got to have a sense of humor.
Yeah.
what?
We have to.
Yes.
Well,
Oh,
I've
only got
got
one
another
thing.
question. When I'm in my garage drinking beer, and my wife comes out and calls my name, and I say, "For fuck's sake, where are you? Like, why don't you come to my rescue?"
Well, I'm not Fox. Come on.
Yeah, you would be getting pig answering you for that one there, Cat.
Oh, damn
You
it,
had to
Piggy.
call upon.
And you need
Yeah,
to
anyway.
to
I
read
don't
out
use the name in vain.
in Japanese instead. Maybe
But
that'll help.
you know what I mean. I mean, it's not the exact words I use, but for Christ's sake,
Oh,
for Christ's
that
sake.
one. Yeah.
there you go.
You say,
See?
"For fuck's sake," get it right then.
So where are you? I mean, she's out there nagging the fuck out of my ear.
I'm with her and saying, "Well, where the fuck are you, you lazy piece of shit? Get in here and do something."
But it's not Jesus, it's
But I
God.
don't
And you
want to
called
do
upon
it.
her, and she got there, and now you're trying to ignore me. God, how dare you?
Damn it. I mean, Jesus Christ. Hold on. I just said it. See?
Oh boy.
I don't ask for much. I mean, I give my tithe. I don't, but I could.
Well, look, if I can't speak to you directly, I have to use the devil woman, don't I? At least I can manipulate her.
Oh, she's only the devil woman when he does something very wrong, and she starts those.
Yep.
That's when she becomes the devil.
Holy cow!
Anyway,
This took a
that's
sideways
it.
turn for some real fun and humor.
That's the typical thing with this panel, with this show. It'll go all over the fucking
Over,
place.
yes.
We do
One
have
of
a
the
tendency to do that.
One of the reasons why
I'm
my
just
wife
saying,
loves
Aussie
and hates
Jesus.
me
I
hanging
mean,
out here.
I mean, if you're omnipotent, then the distance between us shouldn't be a barrier. Like,
look, my omnipotence is sort of on hold at the moment. You know, you're talking about me dad.
I'm just
and,
saying,
you know,
help a brother
I'm the
out.
earthly incarnation at the moment. We have limitations when we're incarnated into a human body, so you can't be everywhere at once.
Help a brother out. Like
0.5 on
she.
this.
All
I gave
wanna
you beer,
do
didn't
is-
I? Didn't I give you beer? What more do you want? Jeez.
Yeah, give me some goddamn peace. While I'm drinking it in the
Drink your beer
garage.
faster.
She's out there. She's Cliff. What are you doing out there? Like, fuck's sake. Like, just can you pause her?
Something tells me
Wait.
you're sleeping on the
Only
couch
permanently, and that's not what we do.
No, see, I know what it is, Kat. You're going with the wrong fictional character. You really want to try to find Rick Sanchez.
Yes.
I was thinking more the doctor.
That imposter.
I tried. What was the other Jesus guy? The one that was
Look, the thing
insane.
is, what you really need to be doing
Lord Stephen
is
Christ.
you need to be your own Christ consciousness. That is what the second coming of Christ is all about. It's not about a individual coming along to save you all, and because you believe in him, you get a pass. You didn't believe, no, you get thrown into that chute. You go down up the heaven chute, you go down the hell chute. It's not how it works at all. Christ consciousness is about the individual reaching enlightenment for themselves, and you don't do that by ridiculing other people.
Hold on. I tried. I am 43 years old. I tried the second coming. It doesn't work at my age.
Wait till you hit that 50.
Wow, your wife is doing it wrong.
You're definitely doing it wrong, then, because I'm 48, and you know, the third and fourth coming ain't a problem. So you got issues.
I'm older than you. Damn. I'm 41. From May. Oh, that's sad.
Oh, that sudden realization, Bo, you just had was phenomenal.
I do feel worse. I now have a hearing aid. I hear it. I really don't like using it, but hey, there you go. And I also have glasses now. Yeah, I do feel old, and the gray hair is starting to come. Ugh.
Well, if you look at me, I probably look younger than a lot of you, even though I'm older, because I know many of the secrets to how to retain youthfulness, to how to retain vitality, and because I listen and learn from all sorts of sources. You guys just take, a few bloody courses in university. You all play along and act like idiots with everybody else. You eat your hamburgers and eat your shit food, and you fill your bodies with crap food, and then you wonder why you can't reach enlightenment and understand the way a person who can, and he can actually still live vitally and be functional 3 or 4 times per session. Not a problem. It's
if you look at one of my recent videos, I explained why I have HIV, and that's a good thing.
Okay, that's good for you.
It's the Horizon Investigation.
Virgins. Yeah, virgins. Gotcha.
No, the Horizon Investigation Verification Project. And once you determine that the horizon is curved, then you are HIV positive.
Completely deluded. Exactly. Yep. You've been programmed exactly as your government wants you to be. Well done. We're very proud of you.
No, you have to do this for yourself. You have to become HIV positive on your own. After you,
No, I
pass
believe you have to be
the-
buck to do that, but I've never tried it, so I wouldn't know.
No, you should join the Horizon
try it.
Investigation Verification
No, thanks.
Project. And once you become HIV positive, you can talk to other people, and they can become HIV positive once they verify
Once
the
you've been them
Horizon.
over a barrel and buck them as well. Gotcha. Very nice. I like your philosophy. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, go to my channel. There's an entire video about how
I
you
don't wanna
can
get an
become
infection.
HIV positive. Actually, I'm going to put it in the side chat. Let's see.
No, not on the side.
You don't want a little something on the side? Who doesn't want that?
Why wouldn't you want to be HIV positive? I mean, Jesus.
Because I'm the
Oh, this is so stupid.
Phenomenal.
Schrodinger's
It's a great
cat.
picture of health. Why would I want to be infected with viruses? Yeah.
Here it
Okay,
is.
not a virus, it's a verification.
It's just. I mean, why wouldn't you want to be positive?
It's better than being negative, I guess.
There. Oh,
Well,
I'm
hey,
sorry.
Negative just brings you down.
It's playing. It shouldn't
Yeah,
be.
unless you're A positive, that levels it out, doesn't it? Or B
What about
Hey.
being B positive then? I mean, if you're
That's
B
a-
positive,
Yeah, B positive is the best way to be, but I guess that means I'm kind of fucked because I'm A negative.
Yeah,
Actually,
Yeah, I think that test
there we
made
go.
on B negative.
The link
God
is in
damn
the
it.
chat.
I'll always be
God
negative.
damn it, cat. There you go. There you go, spreading it around like it's freaking free.
It's only a few minutes long. Let's just watch it. I mean, holy fuck. I mean, help a brother out.
Wait. Not only is it only once, it's only a few minutes long. Dude, you really got to step up your game.
No shit, Sherlock.
Well, I'm a man of a certain age. I mean, Jesus.
What?
Yeah, okay, you're not that old. Then again, it's more like it's not as much about your
Bo,
physical age as your the state of your body. I mean, look at your hair.
You're only as old as the woman you feel.
I did 9 deployments.
oh my god.
Wait, how many deployments did y'all do? I mean, shit, I did 9. Play my goddamn video and so I can go to bed.
Wait, Schrodinger,
Hey, it's
before
not
you
my
play,
fault
before
I
we
got
play,
shot
before
on
we
the
play the
first
video,
one, dumbass.
before we play the video, Schrodinger, if you're 41 and
I didn't say 41. I said 44.
44, I'm 2 years older than you.
Or am I 43? I don't even fucking know. Play my
I'm
goddamn
older-
video so I can go to bed.
I'm
Hey.
older than you, and I can still get it up twice in a day. I
You
can get
lot,
the
wait
second
until
coming
you're bloody
going right along.
55.
Hey, using a pump is cheating.
Fuck
But
you,
wait.
Schrodinger.
If this
I've heard.
Swedish made penis enlarging pump,
Oh, hold on, Jared. I got a video of it.
yes.
Remember, I'm Danish, not Swedish.
But if it's
Not
good
me.
enough for Austin Powers, why the hell isn't it good enough for me?
Exactly.
What? What the?
I do not have a book.
Hold
I
on,
do
hold
not
on.
have a book that says I use a penis pump. I do not have a book that says that.
Yeah, but you
No,
you
don't
wrote it.
have- You haven't bought one, but you wrote one.
I do have a video that that Jay Brown is
Nessa
not
is
playing
one
right
of
now.
our top agents.
Okay. hang on.
This
It's her.
is oh my god, she's just holy fuck.
I'm thinking, but
My
that's
God, Vanessa's got a fabulous body.
Danger Powers. No. Danger's my middle name. Okay, Austin Danger Powers. One blue crushed velvet suit.
Hey, all right.
One frilly lace cravat.
There it is.
One silver medallion with male symbol. One pair of Italian boots.
Buongiorno, boys.
One
News.
vinyl record
You
album.
want
Burt
news?
Bacharach plays his hits.
Hey, bro.
All right, we need commentary for commentary's sake.
Yep. Best part is on its way.
Yeah.
Let's see what if
One
anyone
Swedish-made penis enlarger pump.
Yeah, but
It's not mine.
1 credit card
What's the
receipt
brand?
for
I need the
Swedish-made
brand name.
penis enlarger.
I forgot about the credit card receipt.
Signed by Austin Powers.
I'm telling you, baby. It's not mine.
1 warranty card for Swedish-made penis enlarger pump, filled out
See if it's
by
going here, but did it work?
Austin Powers.
I don't even know it.
There's this thing where we show it working. Yes.
This
forgot
sort
how
of thing
hot
ain't my
it was.
bag, baby.
1 book, Swedish-made penis enlarger pumps and me. This sort of thing is my bag.
Baby.
By Austin Powers.
I have got to figure out a way to manipulate this to put
Ghost
Shorty the
Rider.
cat on the author's line.
Why does she have to start licking her lips?
Oh God.
Just
Just
sign
to
the
make it
form.
worse.
Okay, don't get heavy, man.
Okay.
God love that body language.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
the sad truth is, if you use
It fits it pretty well,
it
doesn't
will
it?
get larger, but it will also get, you'll also have problems, getting it erected
Maintaining.
later.
Right.
Yeah, so not a good idea.
Damn it, Jay Brown. Play my
Really?
video so I can go to bed. For fuck's sake.
Hey, that's your own ring. What the? What's that?
Let's
Jake,
play my
God,
goddamn
please
video
tell
so I
me
can
we're
go to
not
bed.
live still.
I'm getting there, man. Hold on.
Jared, are we still live?
God, you're
Yes.
worse than a woman.
Oh God.
oh yeah. I just love
Hold
that
on,
intro.
Schrodinger. Are we gonna get in trouble for playing this video? Because I don't want to get Jared
No.
a strike.
No.
Yeah, just make sure
Hi,
this
folks.
is transformative
Let me
in
begin
nature.
by giving a huge thank you to all my subscribers. I just reached 500. It's been a lot of fun making content and seeing my channel grow. The reason for this video is that I'd like to make an appeal to all my fellow debunkers and YouTube as a whole. The reason that the Flat Earth movement has gained any traction at all is because so many people have been failed by their education systems. This lack of education makes people confused about the world around them. This in turn allows them to be people like Jaronism and Anthony Riley. To combat this, I have started a new organization whose aim is to help educate people before they fall prey to charlatans. If we can show them tangible proof of the globe, they will be inoculated against bad science. This organization is called
More indoctrination is required.
Nice. Honestly, before you start it up again, Ross, I'm being completely honest here. You actually have a voice that could be profitable for radio commercials, and I'm being serious here.
I didn't even try then. Jeez. Thank you.
I mean, I used
You
to
could
work
sell
with,
tons of used
broadcast
cars.
equipment and was on a head technician on a small Christian radio station. You do have the voice for that sort of stuff. Just
Give me more indoctrination now. Did that work or that too much?
You need to find some reverb, just a slight bit of reverb for that one. But oh well. On with it.
Yeah.
Oh, we can work on that in post.
I'm still unpacking my new microphone actually, so it's got one of those little face masky thingies as well.
Ugh. Yeah.
Will be HIV positive of this various studio of the Earth.
I'm setting up a small studio soon, so I'm working on it. I'm working towards a goal of being able to actually make decent videos myself. Anyway, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Infection verification project can eradicate for all. If you'd like to be HIV positive, leave a comment below and an HIV positive representative will contact you. If you want to end Flat Earth, please like and subscribe. Thanks, and I'll see you next time.
But we can't end something that doesn't exist. Wow.
So what's the whole point of wanting to end Flat Earth, though? That's what interests me. What have people got against people having other beliefs rather than just entertaining them and being amused by it rather than just trying to end it? What's the whole point?
The problem is that for somebody who has young kids such as myself,
Yeah.
that influence detracts from their schooling and their education. I want my children to excel in their education.
In indoctrination.
Well, okay, but hold on. Okay, and allow me to be fair. I want my children to get good grades. Okay. Unfortunately, I do have a flat earther that lives nearby that is friends with my son. They go to the same school, and my son watches this kid stand up and yell and scream at the teacher all during their science projects and everything else, and my son emulates that.
Oh,
because
Jesus.
he thinks it's cool.
Okay, so you're being a protective parent. I get that. I can understand that. Why wouldn't you be more against things than like Satanism or vaccinations or something that is actually harming your children rather than making them open up their minds to new concepts?
Hang on.
Hang on.
Here's the thing with you saying Satanism right there. A lot of people who tend to speak out against it actually don't understand what it's about or even what's going on with it. So that's actually where I came into this whole thing just about 5 years ago now.
Can we say the same thing, though, about Flat Earth, though? Can we at least admit that the people who are vocally against Flat Earth are equally ignorant about what it's about?
No.
Why not?
I have been a part of this conversation from the beginning about Flat Earth. So no, you cannot make that claim because I speak against it, because I speak against the demonstrably incorrect explanations that people on your side of the discussion try to give, which is why, if you've noticed, my questions to you were simple, pointed, and clear in trying to figure out what you actually understand and to get you to explain things, because a lot of what you have been talking about, you are patently incorrect on.
Well,
Indeed.
I think that you're actually got it completely bass backwards once again, and because you are interpreting, you're comparing my explanations for flat Earth reality against what you've already preconceived in your mind as to what you think it is. You still think of some flat floating disc in outer space or something ridiculous like that.
No. Whoa. Hang on. When did
Piggy led you along for like the damn near an hour. And you just walked along with him as like a dog on a leash.
No, and
say what? I missed where you started with that. Somebody speaking over you.
I don't think I've got a pretty good microphone. It said Piggy led you along, and you followed like a dog on a leash. So
no, I
you
felt
don't
straight
have a
away
good
what he was
grasp.
doing. I felt straight away what he was doing.
Didn't.
I knew exactly where he was going, and I played along.
It is
I'm
easy
not a fool.
to say that after the fact. To be honest,
I'm not a fool.
Ross,
you can go back and watch where I was laughing with him and saying, "Oh yeah, I know I'm entertaining him to see where he's leading with this bullshit." And he went down the path I led him to eventually with the 5G shit.
So here's part of the problem with what you have just recently said there, Ross. You made a claim about me projecting a certain understanding or misunderstanding of Flat Earth upon you. I have not done that. Not during this interaction, not during any interaction that you and I have had on any channel where
I'm not saying you're projected upon me at all. I'm saying it's come directly from you because you don't understand it and you refuse to even attempt to understand it. That's the problem.
Holy
what?
Are you willing to listen?
Yes, okay, I'm listening.
Okay,
but don't start with the false premise and keep thinking I want to listen to what the rest of the bullshit you're going to sprout.
So close the mouth and let me explain something to you that I was trying to explain before it got interrupted. I have been a part of this conversation from the beginning. I began my interaction with this conversation and this topic from trying to understand why people are making the claim that they are and to determine whether or not there is any validity to it. Once I started analyzing what the information they were providing is as support for what they were claiming, I started to notice the issues from topics that I work with directly on a regular basis. And they would try to explain those very concepts, those very fundamentals, those issues that they were having. They would try to explain, oh, well, it works like this, and they would be completely wrong. So when you start from a wrong understanding and then try to draw conclusions from that, those conclusions are going to be wrong.
This is coming to a point of some sort, though, isn't it? I take it because
the point
if
here,
you're misinterpreting them in the wrong way in the first place, then you're always going to believe them to be in support of your belief until it gets shown to you in another way, which could potentially make more sense. As I said,
Ross,
so far as the radar going through more atmosphere as opposed to going through less atmosphere. That is why you can see further through less, because it's like looking at the sun. You can see the sun far brighter through less atmosphere than when you're looking at it through more atmosphere. So, of course, that the plane
Is it
that's much
possible
lower
for you to
through so
not
much
talk out
atmosphere
your
won't
ass?
be as visible even to the radar.
That's not how that works. Oh my god.
Is
It is. It
Is it?
is.
Is
It
it?
is.
Hang on. Is it possible for you to not talk out your ass? Yes or no?
No.
It all comes out my mouth.
Oh my god. Like,
Here's the thing. You are trying to explain how radar works to a handful of people who have had to have the understanding to make sure the systems work properly, and you admit to not knowing the fundamentals of how it actually works. So you're saying, I know how it works, but I know dick all about it. But I know how it works, but I know dick all about it. You're talking out both sides of your mouth on that.
No,
you're doing it for multiple topics.
No, the thing is, he asked me a specific question as to why it happened. Now, I don't know the reason how that technology works, and I don't need to be able to interpret the results of what happened.
Yes,
and my interpretation of those results actually support everything I understand to do with a flat Earth, which means that everything at the lower levels of density and buoyancy, even in the atmosphere, affect even so much as radar. So it actually supports my entire theory about everything
Radar
being
is not
density and
affected by
buoyancy on a
buoyancy.
fixed planar stationary Earth.
Hang on. Hang on. I would like to point something out to you, Ross, and I really hope for once you actually listen. Again, you are saying that the results
I'm listening.
No, you weren't, apparently.
Listening does not include talking.
I'm listening.
Okay. You said that you understand how it works, you have these results and how it applies to your preconceptions, but don't understand how the mechanism of the device actually works. How can you understand how the external mechanism of something is actually working if you don't understand the internals that generate it? This is where you're
By
talking...
interpreting the results with logic and intuition and knowing the way frequency and vibration work in reality. That's how I've interpreted it and given him a logical answer. And if you listen to my answer, you would see it makes sense.
Interpretation is not knowledge.
No, but it's the way you understand reality. If you do an experiment and you interpret the results wrongly, then you might have done a great experiment, but your whole conclusion is completely shit. But if you interpret it correctly and you make the right conclusions, then you might call it scientific.
Ross,
can I cut in for a second? Jared,
Ross, it's RF. Where's the vibration come in?
Hold on, quickly. Jared, I gotta hit the rack.
Yep, go for it. Later, Cat.
I appreciate it. Piggy, you did a great fucking job tonight. That was
I heard all the jackals cackling in the background.
Yeah, you won the internet. Good night, gentlemen, and I will see you next week.
Good night, Cat.
Next week, Cat.
Good morning. Yeah.
So
maybe if there was less of his cackling in the background, it might have been more effective. But that was a dead giveaway to me.
Ross, it's radio frequency. Where does the vibration come in?
Well, everything vibrates within the medium of what it's within. And so the vibration of radio frequency is generally done in our atmosphere, of course.
But
you will find it's probably much different underwater.
In our atmosphere.
Huh?
There's no vibration.
Say again, sorry.
It's radio frequency. There is no vibration.
Yeah. What's frequency? What is frequency if it's not vibration?
Frequency is the duration from peak to peak or trough to trough of a wave.
So the vibratorial rate.
No.
Exactly.
No.
Vibrancy and frequency.
Let me try it this way.
No, amplitude is not vibration.
No, that's how intense the vibrational frequency is.
Gentlemen, let me try and do it this way. A radio transmission does not involve atoms vibrating. For example, when you when you make a sound, you clap your hands, in your room, wherever you are. You don't. The sound isn't literally being moved from your hand to the other person listening. The sound wave produced. It's a pressure wave
through the medium of air.
Yeah, but
Yes,
it doesn't
and
move
RF
through anything. It pushes the molecule right next to it, and that molecule moves the next one to it, and so on and so forth.
It's not molecular, it's vibrational. It's above molecular.
Sound is pressure, sound is molecular, which is why sound travels farther and faster through water than it does through air.
No, it's transmitted faster.
Yeah, well, but that's just a play on words. The point I'm trying to make here is sound is molecules vibrating or pushing other molecules, pushing other molecules.
Look, when you say molecules, though, then you are claiming it is atomic. And it's not atomic. There's no such thing as atoms. It's just vibration.
Air molecules, pressure.
Yeah, molecules are far bigger than atoms.
When you clap your hands, you are producing a pressure wave that you can hear.
In the air, of course, because the air is a medium.
Yeah. A radio transmission does not do that.
No, of course not, but it's still going through air. It's just on a different frequency.
Yes, but RF also goes through vacuum. It goes through a lack of atmosphere.
And the frequency does not change because of going through different
I can put it. Oh, wait a second, Bo. Oh. I can put an antenna inside a vacuum chamber and be standing outside that vacuum chamber and transmit from that antenna to anywhere else in the world just by.
Yes, but you are well aware that a vacuum chamber is not a complete vacuum. It's a near vacuum.
It's a near vacuum. Okay, and I agree with that.
There's no such thing as a true vacuum. So,
I believe you mean complete vacuum, but
and space is not a complete vacuum either. But guess what? I can transmit.
That's right, because there is no space.
I can prove it. No, I can prove I transmit through space.
But don't you bounce things off the ionosphere, or as we call it, the firmament?
It depends.
It depends on
multiple factors.
It
depends
upon the wavelength, frequency.
It depends, yep. Special relativity.
The ionosphere higher up than the troposphere.
Hey, Jared, check your private messages.
Oh, I already saw it. I already saw it, Pig, and the answer is no.
Damn it, it's so good.
We are not touching that subject on this channel.
Okay.
I love it when the pig gets stepped on occasionally.
Okay, I'll post it in your DSA in the private chat for you folks for a good BTW memes.
But okay, now let me ask you something. Okay, if you have a gun and you shoot the gun, and this is a rifle, not a shotgun. Okay, no, if you shoot a gun, and let me describe the gun for you. Okay, you've got a 7.62 by 59 rifle, and you shoot that gun. If you're not aiming at your target, will you hit your target with that gun?
Say what?
Not aiming at it. If you're not aiming at your target, will you hit your target with the rifle?
Yeah, it'd be a bit less likely to, but there's the odd chance you might.
Okay, all right. So fair enough, and I agree with that, Bo. I mean, hey, not everybody can be Chris Kyle, but all right. So radio signals much like that. Okay, now I can prove a 2.2 or 2.6 second delay between me and the moon with a radio signal.
Between you and who, sorry?
The moon.
The moon. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
With a radio signal.
Yeah.
Okay. It's called Earth, or Moon Bounce, or EME if you're in amateur radio circles. Okay.
Right.
Ham radio operators have been doing this for what, 75, 100 years, though?
And Do you take the height of the apparent moon in the atmosphere into account, or do you do it when it's directly above you, or when it's in the distance? What's the?
Does not matter. You can do it at any
Does not matter.
time.
Do it at
When
any
the moon
time.
is visible, to your line of sight, you
Right.
can do it.
So that sort of proves it's quite near and close, no matter how far it appears to be high or low, doesn't it?
No, because there is a 2.6 second delay. Using that 2.6 second delay, I can prove that 2.6 second delay. Okay. Now,
But what, between sending it out and coming back, or regardless of how high it appears?
Between transmission,
or if it's different, if it's straight above you or near the horizon. That's what I want to know. Whether it's near the horizon or straight above you. It won't matter.
It will not. It will not.
As long as you can see it.
Ross, if you listen to what he's saying, you might understand what he's
No, I'm
trying to
asking
get
some
at.
sensible, serious questions here that I want to know.
Yeah,
okay.
But when you speak, you can't hear each other.
Okay. So, I wish Dylan was still on because he could actually tell me what the mathematics are behind the speed of light.
It takes
sound.
No, it's
microseconds
speed of light.
for the radio wave to travel.
Radio waves are sort of between sound and light, I believe.
No, they're not.
They are speed of light.
Sound
Somewhere
and
on the
light are
spectrum.
not fucking related in the way you are trying to make them.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Just as you've got harmonic scales in sound.
Sound
as the
is
frequency
not,
gets higher.
sound is not part of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Depends on if you want to call it that or
Sound
not.
is
but
not
it's still,
part of the electromagnetic spectrum.
everything is frequency and vibration. Whether it be light or solid matter, it is still part of that spectrum. It's just different frequencies of vibration. Like completely different scales.
Okay. All right.
What frequency is sound on them?
Guys, wait. Gavel, gavel, gavel. Let me have this, okay? Because I used to think like this. So let me break it down in a way that he can understand this, okay? I'm going to blow your mind here in a second, and I want you to seriously think about this. I have a frequency of 144 megahertz. That is at the 2 meter spectrum. That means that wavelength, trough to crest, crest to crest, trough to trough, is 2 meters. Each wavelength goes up 2 meters and comes down 2 meters. It is a 2 meter wavelength. I have another frequency at 446. How high did that frequency go up? Did the wavelength of that frequency increase or did it decrease?
Look, the problem is you're trying to think that measurements define reality. The measurements are irrelevant. That's just what it appears to us to be.
This is not irrelevant. This is very relevant because this goes to your line of thinking, and you don't want to break that line of thinking. This is
because the height is reflecting the speed of those oscillations of waves. The frequency.
It shows the amplitude, the strength of it, in other words.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, strength, not speed.
You might have different words for it, but I'm describing the same thing.
No. You're trying to correlate speed, and speed is the speed of light. These will travel
speed is the amplitude.
Same speed.
No.
Intensity.
No. Just all sorts of no.
I mean, if you know what, we need to replay this tomorrow night for movie night. I would be so fucking hammered it will not be funny. I'll probably get on Karis again.
Oh, it'll be funny to me.
Just think about this. This is not even. This is so simple. It's not even on a amateur radio level of understanding. The understanding of frequencies and so on. This is not even high school.
Actually, hang on.
Well, the way I say it is, you're just looking at the results and not understanding the reason why it works the way it works.
I'm not looking.
The frequency has everything to do with it.
No,
the amplitude is the
frequency of a sound wave. It does not travel past.
How frequent it is.
Stop. Okay. Let me tell you something. On 440 megahertz, when I transmit to the moon, there's a 2.6 second delay. When I transmit to the moon on 144 megahertz, there is a 2.6 second delay. When I transmit on 50 megahertz, there is a 2.6 second delay.
But you keep saying to the moon. How do you know? Have you got a receptor up at the moon?
Okay.
No,
when I say to the moon,
here.
I mean the transmission there and back.
To and back.
To and
Okay.
back. So when I
It's
say
a reflection.
send my signal, when I say send my signal up to the moon, I mean I'm sending my signal up to the moon. There is a 2.6 second delay between the end of me releasing my key, giving my call sign K5CWB, and me hearing myself say K5CWB. There is 2.6 seconds of delay. That gives me a discernible. That gives me a discernible measurement across 3 frequency spectrums. Okay.
But you say that the same thing will measure, say, an aeroplane through a different part of the atmosphere where you can or cannot measure it. Yeah,
exactly.
I think that's where you started with your first question in the first place. The more atmosphere between you.
Well, this is actually basically the same way that you know the old school what do you call them,
navigators,
police. No, I'm talking about the speed check police radars, the radar guns they used to check the speed of a motorist. It measures 2 things: the time it takes from a radar signal coming from the gun to the car and then bounced back to the radar, to the sensor on the radar, coupled with the next one and the time between them, and so on and so forth. It's basically the same thing as this Earth Moon Earth bounce thing.
Yes.
Okay, so getting to a core understanding here that needs to be shared. Ross, you are not colorblind, correct?
No.
You can tell the difference between red and green?
I can. My father is actually slightly colorblind, but he can tell you all the colours of the sea.
Do not give a shit. Do not give a shit about anyone other than you.
No, I'm not colorblind.
So you can see the screen, correct?
Can you make it bigger, Jared?
I can see it. See it?
Let's fucking paint. All right, we'll leave it at this. Nah, fuck it.
That's beautiful. Very beautiful.
So what?
I see the sign of the wave.
So what is the green line analogous to?
Beg your pardon? What's the what? The green line.
The green line.
It's analogous to how frequently
from
the sine wave
to here
peaks and troughs.
Oh, it's going from peak to peak.
Which you call frequency,
that would be
because
frequency.
and frequency are the same thing.
So what is the red analogous to?
The other axis, in other words.
Come on, what's the red one?
You claim to know.
You claim to know this. You claim to know this.
I never claimed to know this. I said I can interpret the results for you, but I can't tell you what it's analogous to.
The red is the
red
amplitude.
Is obviously what the transmission is. I don't know.
Red is the amplitude.
Something that's pushing it out.
Red is the intensity. Red is the power. Red is the signal strength.
Signal strength, so amplitude.
Yeah. Not frequency.
Okay, let me correct
No, the frequency is how often it occurs. How often it occurs is how frequently it occurs, which is why they call it frequency. Big play on words there too.
Wavelengths, because it's how far apart they are. Because they're traveling.
Yeah, it's the distance between peaks.
And what are they traveling through? They're traveling through a medium. So the more dense the medium is, the more that will slow them down. The less dense the medium is, as you get higher and higher, the faster they will move and give you the illusion of being higher because they're traveling faster.
Not always.
And
here's the thing. Here's the thing. The timing between the peaks has fuck all to do with the intensity of those peaks. So if you're transmitting at one power level, you can vary the frequency all you fucking want. The power is going to be the power. The amplitude's going to be the amplitude.
What he doesn't understand is amplitude modulation, frequency modulation, single sideband, and CW, continuous wave.
Yeah, but
this is where I think.
If we go back to that diagram for a second, yeah, it does go over my head a little bit because I can't understand how this applies to being in a three-dimensional world, looking at this two-dimensional flat image to try and explain frequency and vibration in a 3D world where the base, which is the planet, is the base, and everything else is that which vibrates and frequencies above it.
Once you get past the illusion of
being on a globe.
No, of being on flat Earth, where you don't have to have a whole lot of knowledge, then you get to graduate to another point. I am glad that I had the Elmers that I had, for lack of a better term, guys. Sorry, but yeah, y'all were Elmers. Those are the guys that brought me.
I thought we just talked about two things: amplitude and frequency.
Okay.
Yes, they are independent of each other, but are descriptive of a signal.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the way that information is carried on a radio signal occurs one of four ways. Okay. There is the carrier wave, or the continuous wave, which is CW. There is amplitude modulation, meaning you're modulating the amplitude of a radio signal. There is frequency modulation, meaning that you are modulating the frequency. You're putting the information into the frequency itself. Or there is single sideband or dual sideband, but it's always called sideband because each frequency has a particular little side node to it that you can imprint information on. When you hear people talking on the amateur radio frequencies and they sound like Donald Duck, that's going to be sideband. When you hear the Morse code beeps, that's going to be carrier wave or continuous wave. And when you hear them clear, but they've got a little bit of a static, and every time lightning pops, you get that static burst, that's AM. FM stays fairly clear, but doesn't travel quite as far. When we use,
guys, I'm hopping off here.
So in other words, everything I'm saying about frequency and vibration is pretty much exactly spot on, and all you're using is different spectrums of it to describe exactly what I was already describing, only in a much bigger sense of the word as how it works.
Ross, I can explain to you why you're wrong, okay? Because I'm not vibrating anything. I'm imprinting information into a radio signal. There is a difference. Okay.
There's no difference. The frequency is the vibratory rate.
No, because if I remove the information off of the frequency, then what do you hear? Nothing.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
But I'm still putting information over on the amplitude side of it.
Yeah, but you're not sending any vibratory frequency on it.
Okay, then how does AM? Then how does your AM dial work in your car?
By tuning into the different frequencies. Different frequencies of vibratory rates, which are transmitted on a particular rate that are specific to what you can detect with your antenna and your little amplifier and all the rest. It's pretty straightforward, really.
I need more other meds, and you're supplying those next week.
You've explained it to me, and I've interpreted it in a way that shows how it works in reality.
But you don't. But you know fuck all about it. Excuse me. Let me channel Reds for a second. Okay, you're an idiot. Let me tell you why. Okay, you're an idiot. Let me tell you why. Number one, if I don't modulate the frequency or I don't modulate the amplitude, there is no information on that radio signal. There's a reason why your radio signals are broken down between AM, FM, CW, and SSB, especially when you're dealing with the amateur radio band. But we're going to deal with strictly commercial broadcasts, since that's something that maybe I can get through to you with. They come in two forms: manipulation of the frequency or manipulation of the amplitude. Okay.
No need to get worked up about it. I agree with you. You were saying
Okay,
exactly what I've been
but
saying all along.
no, I'm
hang
not.
on.
You are.
Shut up and listen. Shut up.
Yes, sir.
If I'm manipulating, if I'm manipulating the frequency, and you're tuned into AM, what do you hear? What do you hear?
I muted him so he could actually listen. Just go ahead and explain it.
Okay. If I'm manipulating the frequency and I'm putting information out there and you're listening to it on AM, you hear static with spike burst of noise. That's it. If I'm listening to you on FM and you're transmitting on AM, I can hear something, but I can't understand it. Why? Because the modes of information transmission are separate. Give me Father Skeptic's bell. I'm fixing to get out of here because if I don't, I'm going to drink this fucking gallon of whiskey I got in the truck. And I'm sitting at work.
Well, I had an idea here, Jared. I sent you a DM.
It's worth a shot because I would
Yeah.
actually, what I was trying to do to try to quell it a little bit that might actually help.
While
I'm
also
curious.
calming down and not get too heated.
Yeah, I am curious.
My apologies.
I am
Oh,
curious. Hang on. Shh. Ross, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and reply to this question that I have for you. The radio in your car, if you are using the AM stations, AM, can you explain how that signal transmission actually works?
And by the way, Ross, the only reason why Jared muted you was because we got some delayed feedback. Most likely because you're using speakers instead of a headset or headphones. So it wasn't in order to piss you off or anything. So
Ross, you have to unmute yourself. Go to Chrome and on Meets.
He's
hover
using
over the window.
Firefox. Sorry.
Okay. Go to Firefox and on the Meets. Right? The meet.google.com website. You have to hover over it. Then a white bar at the bottom will pop up. To the left of the end call button is a red microphone button. Click that and you'll be unmuted.
You mean like when I click this in real life time where there is no delay?
Yeah. Okay, so now can you please explain to me your understanding of how an AM radio signal works?
I was doing that and I waited until you asked the question before I started answering, and then old Bo started talking right over me.
And because
So,
because you were muted, we could not hear you.
No, I unmuted it immediately and then I started speaking. And you couldn't hear me is because Bo was speaking right over the top of me when I'm trying to give you the answer.
No, Bo.
Yes,
while
it was.
Bo was speaking, you were muted. I muted you while you
I
were
unmuted it. Oh, you muted me while I was just after unmuting myself. Well, that makes sense.
I muted you while you were over talking. You wished, which is why you remained muted while Bo was talking because you did not unmute yourself. So please.
Oh, okay. Well,
so please.
I must have got it wrong myself. I thought I unmuted myself and I must have remuted myself. That's my bad.
Yep. So
I didn't realize somebody else could unmute me. I thought I had to unmute myself. That's usually how it works on some of the other hangouts I've been on. So
only you can.
So yeah, you're talking about why you hear AM in your car when you're tuned into AM, because you're tuned in to that frequency. That's why you hear that particular one, because you're tuned in to the frequency.
That is not the fucking question I'm asking you.
Well, what's the fucking question?
How does the AM radio signal work?
How does it work? Well, as I was trying to say when I must have accidentally remuted myself, is I don't know how it works. I just know it's transmitted from a tower and it sends out signals at a vibrational frequency, which your receiver, the antenna on your car or whatever radio you've got, receives, and it amplifies it into a signal which makes an auditory vibration through your speakers so you can hear it. That's how it works.
So yet another topic you want to speak about that you have fuck all knowledge
Look,
about.
I can explain what it does. I don't know how it does, and I doubt any of us really do, to be honest.
If you would like to know, I can explain how an AM radio signal is constructed, and then how your radio
what happens
deconstructs
is not
it.
the same as saying how it happens.
You do realize you're talking to someone whose livelihood was repairing and making sure voice radio communication systems worked properly.
Well, good. And I'm happy to hear. If you have an explanation, like you think I should have to sit through like a 3-year course or whatever it was you took to understand all this shit in order just to understand why it works.
Yeah, in order to understand the why it works, you kind of need to understand the how it works.
How?
If you really want to know what's actually going on, because you're missing a huge fucking middle portion of it that I can explain to you in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I don't have 5 to 10 minutes to give you an explanation.
Then get the fuck
Let's
out.
just look at
Then get the fuck out.
Simple thing of Morse code. Morse code is just the one beep.
Get the fuck
You're just
out.
taking the vibrational frequency of that beep into something that then sounds like music or words or whatever. It's pretty much just taking the little Morse code beep to a great
let me try something else.
A greater level.
Take a breath. Let's just all take a breath. I would like to try something else on, just a simple, in a simple version here. Ross, you essentially, not verbatim, but essentially said earlier that sound is the same, sound frequencies, if you like, it's the same as radio transmissions or RF. You also said that, and please interrupt me if I get it wrong here. You also said that the amplitude has to do with the speed of the transmission. In other words, how quickly it gets from point A to point B. If that's the case, if that's the case, imagine a symphony orchestra, playing a concert. That would really mess things up. All the musicians would have to either play a note before a high note before, let's say, the bass player plays his note, because his note is going off at a different speed. That would be a living nightmare. Do you understand what I'm trying to get at? Ross, you're muted, by the way. Ross, you're muted.
Pig, was that you this time? Because it wasn't me.
What happened?
That's what I want to know.
There we go. Is that better?
Yeah, that's
much.
good. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I did it on my icon in the chat thing, and that meant I had to do it twice. So sorry about that. Yeah, when it comes to the orchestra, you're talking about basically a whole bunch of instruments working in harmony because they're all working on the same frequency of sound. That's a very simple sort of frequency, which we can understand quite well. Sound has, like your A to G, you've got your music, you've got your various scales, but at a certain point, sound becomes unheard. And at a various point, it becomes too dense that if I was going to put it into philosophical terms, which I will just for the sake of this argument, when sound gets so dense, it solidifies, and that's how we have solid matter. It is just very, very, very slow sound. Now, bear with me. When we do it on the opposite spectrum, when we get even higher, that's when we start going into the radio wave spectrums. That's when we start talking about radio frequencies that you're talking about. And if you go even higher again, you have to jump through various scales to reach the point where it becomes light. And perhaps it goes infinitely in both directions. But we, as physical beings, exist within the realm where we have the very slow, dense sound, which we call physical matter. We have the normal sound where we can talk and communicate. And then we have the radio frequencies and so on and so forth. So when you're talking about the symphonic harmonies of a symphony, an orchestra, they're generally also contained within a room, which bounces this sound off everywhere and creates a beautiful sound effect to the listeners who have the receptors inside their side of their skulls, called ears, and you get a brilliant effect. When it comes to radio frequencies, we have different sort of receptors where we use a different sort of antenna, and we need to use an electronic sort of amplifier to turn that into sound, and then we're able to hear it audibly. But it is all different spectrums of vibration and frequency. But to say that the bass player and the violinist are on such different frequencies is completely missing the point. They're pretty much in exactly the same realm of frequency.
Ross, what I was trying, hang on. What I was trying to get at was that you previously stated that the amplitude, which is the volume, how loud a sound is, also changes the speed at which the sound travels. If you take a church organ, one that is capable of playing that theme music to 2001 Space Odyssey, right? Also,
I was going to go dum 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 dum.
Yeah,
but anyway.
no, not exactly that one, but it doesn't really matter. That low note that is played in that theme music is at 16.7 hertz exactly, right? It's ridiculously low. Most people say that it's so low that humans cannot hear it. Feel it? Oh yes.
Where was it from? Sorry, can you repeat where that came from again? Sorry to interrupt you.
But it's very low, right? Then you take, and I'm not sure about the frequency exactly here, but bear with me. Take a piano, the highest note. Let's say it's about, let's just say 16,000 hertz, right?
Right.
That's a lot higher than the church organ's 16.7 hertz. By what you claimed earlier, those two notes, those two sounds travel at different speeds. If they are played at the same sound level, level of volume.
Technically, yeah, one would vibrate for much longer, but there is still so much within the same frequency, the thing of sound, that it's irrelevant to compare it to something else.
I realize we're talking about minute differences here. But
in the overall spectrum, yes.
Yeah, exactly. You're saying that these two, let's just be simple, call them instruments.
Yeah, you might say infrared or ultraviolet. They're still talking about vibrational frequency.
If you put them right next to each other and you get them to play their individual notes at the same volume level, and you move, I'm just going to be ridiculous here, 100 miles away. That way that the scale of things, it takes a longer time to get there, right?
Okay, 100 miles away on, say for example, a flat Earth with the same atmospheric reverberations.
It doesn't matter where. I'm just, keeping it basic here.
Well, I'm just setting a standard.
Why,
with the presupposition of flat Earth.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Why do you think that one of these sounds, however small in difference, would arrive before the other sound? Because
the medium through which it is traveling determines how fast it moves, and we're moving through the medium of what we call air. Let's say it's on sea level, but it's all across a flat plain near the sea, so it's not even reflected off water or anything. Some of it's absorbed by the beach or whatever medium it might be absorbed by. It's still going to bounce across as far as it goes.
Yeah, I'm keeping this as simple as possible.
I'm trying to simplify it even more.
The medium is exactly the same all the way through. No changes whatsoever. The only thing you have to think about is those two notes very far from each other on the audible spectrum that we can hear with our ears, being played at exact same spots and at the exact same audio level, how loud they are. Why do you believe that? And don't go on a tangent here. Just be as specific as you can be. Why do you
maybe not
believe,
100 miles? Let's say 10 miles.
why do you believe that those two sounds will reach a point 100 miles away not at the same time? Why do you believe that?
Well, because one's a very slow vibration. That's why it's deep, because it's slow. And so it takes a lot longer to travel. Whereas the high-pitched one is high because at a higher pitch. And that's why you hear it faster, because it's high.
Why do you believe that is the case?
Because the atmosphere is the medium through which it is conveyed.
Yeah, I'm not talking
we
about
live within the atmosphere. But we live within the atmosphere. You have to take the atmosphere into consideration. That's where we live. We are air-breathing creatures, and everything that we know and understand is 100% related to the atmosphere.
Oh, do you realize that when you perform an experiment, regardless of what type it is, and you see something that you suspect might be wrong, you only change one variable at a time? Would you agree with that?
But you can never change the atmosphere. That is the constant.
You can. You're impossible. The microphone
is the constant. We live in the air.
Hold on. The microphone that these two sounds are reaching is inside a standard shipping container that is filled with, let's say, argon or something, right? That's a different medium. What then?
Yeah, but we're not talking about a different medium. We're talking about the same medium, which is air.
Now you're turning the tables. You do not
20% oxygen.
You do not want me to go on tangents through different mediums, but you don't. But what the hell? If we're going to have if we have to be if we're supposed to have a meaningful conversation, we have to have a level playing field here. We have to use the same.
The level playing field is sea level through the atmosphere.
Tangents. We have to have the same amount of scrutiny, the same amount of evidence, a minimum requirement for evidence.
Yeah, that's all I'm trying to provide.
No,
it is. I want a static, same vibratorial rate of atmosphere.
No, by the way you act, you do not want you do not want yourself to follow the same rules that we.
Welcome to Talking to Flirts, Bob.
No, I'm absolutely 100% trying to establish an exact condition that we can work on. The hills are alive with the sound of music because they reverberate off the mountains. But if we did it all through the same atmospheric, at the same sea level, with no obstructions, so the sound can travel purely and freely as much as it wants, that's pretty much where we can use as a starting point to establish what we're talking about here.
Okay, so getting to that starting point, you have said multiple times that both radio and sound are just both frequencies. Well, here we have a graphical representation of the entire electromagnetic spectrum. Where's sound?
That tiny little bit of it.
Where is sound?
Sorry, where is
sound? The audible frequency range.
That's a really good question. I'd like to know. Where is it?
It's almost like it's not part of the EM spectrum.
Because it must be so tiny.
No, actually, it's not.
And you're trying to say that the sound frequency from this low note to the high note doesn't even register on your scale?
Hang on,
my gosh.
No, hang on, Fuckstick. Let me show you something.
That
Here-
can't be fuckstick,
here-
fuckstick.
Here is the audio spectrum from 0 to 20K, 20,000 hertz. That on the EM spectrum, that would go from here at 1 to here.
Well, as I
Overlapping.
told you, it's a very narrow band, isn't it?
Fucking narrow? It's wider than the visible spectrum of light.
Maybe
It's
you've got a
5
delay on your
5 times wider than the visible spectrum of light.
And you know why that is? Would you like me to tell you why that is? Because light is a very fast frequency, therefore it exists in a very small medium or whatever, small spectrum. But
Then
you've
why
got
is
your,
then why
which
is
exists-
IR wider? Then why is IR wider when it is slower than visible light?
Well, I don't understand. Who made this graph? You know, it's not a graph I made. Did you make it? Who told you this?
No, this is the consensus delineation of what frequencies are what on the electromagnetic spectrum. Sound,
Right, and you tell me sound is in radio waves.
not part of the EM spectrum.
Exactly. Well, that's my whole point. It is
No,
so
it's
much more
fucking
dense.
not. That
It
has
is.
been our point. Our point has
show
been
me,
that
show
sound
me again.
is not.
Show me again
Sound
on this
is
doll.
not. Sound is
Where
not
sound exists.
part of the EM spectrum.
So it doesn't exist on that EM spectrum.
Sound
No,
Is that
is
what you're telling me?
not.
It's not there.
Sound is not part of the EM spectrum.
Thank you. Good. Now we understand. We've come to a common understanding. I thought you were trying to show me it somewhere where
Then
this
stop
is
getting
10
it wrong.
to the power of 6.
Then stop
Because I
getting
can see
it wrong.
I can see somebody trying to waver a bloody mouse above this
Stop
10 to the
getting
6.
it wrong.
I won't get it wrong if you don't show me wrong information, will I?
I am
Tell me where sound is.
Okay, why
I
do
am
you
showing
think
you,
this is
I
wrong?
am showing you the correct information. The portions of the electromagnetic spectrum do not include sound.
Thank you. Because sound
Then
only exists
stop
within the medium of
conflating
air.
the two.
Sound exists within the medium of air,
Correct. You could say
where
that, yeah.
we live and breathe.
Yeah, and guess what? The EM spectrum exists everywhere, in and out of the atmosphere.
So you're saying that, invisible forces exist within the same realm that the physical dimension exists? Wow.
This
That's
is
kind of like
Invincible to the
that's
human
kind of like
eye.
spiritual, isn't it?
This is
That's spiritual.
measurable.
Dude, it is. We have
Yeah,
invisible
your
frequencies
sarcasm
all around
falls
us that we
flat.
can't see.
The EM spectrum is measurable. It is
Well, that's
not,
cool. I'm
it
really
is
happy
not,
that it's measurable.
It's not
Doesn't mean
fantasy. It is not made up.
but being measurable still doesn't make it visible. So it's a bit like having a ghost in your room. You might feel the presence of your ghost, but you can't see it, but you can measure it because you feel really cold and things get knocked off your
The air
desk.
you breathe
But
right
doesn't
now,
mean that
you
it's real.
cannot see it.
Well, some of the electromagnetic spectrum you can see.
Well, when it
You
bounces,
can also measure how much oxygen is in a certain environment. For example, by lighting a candle and putting a glass over it and watch it as the oxygen gets consumed, the candle can't burn anymore. So it goes out. So you've now proved the
no,
existence
you
of oxygen.
can't,
Even though you can't see it,
You
you
actually
can
can't
prove
do
that it
that.
exists. And if you lift the glass off just before it goes out, it will reignite again because there's sufficient oxygen to keep it going.
Actually,
There are
Rob,
simple
no, you
tests you can
can't.
do to prove that invisible forces exist or invisible things exist. And here you are showing me a measurable scale of invisible things that we can't actually view with our eyes actually do exist.
Light is visible, and it is
Yeah, and that's
part
that
of that
tiny little
spectrum.
part on that scale you showed us. Tiny little part.
Ross, you cannot use a lit candle put under a glass to find out how much oxygen there is in it.
No,
Because it's
but
not
you can
just
prove the
oxygen,
existence of oxygen.
How much oxygen is there in a, let's just say, a cubic foot of atmosphere?
True. Look, and my whole point is, I'm not all about. I'm absolutely.
As higher you get. If so, why? If so, into what?
The whole point of everything I'm talking about has got nothing to do with measuring the amounts. It's just to measure the fact that they exist, and the proof that they exist. And if somebody really wants to get down to the nuts and bolts of telling us how much there is, that is fine. But I am telling you that oxygen exists because that candle is burning. And if you put a candle and it extinguishes the oxygen, it proves the existence of oxygen, whether you can see it or not. That's a test you can do. You can do all sorts of tests to prove the existence of things. Yes,
you really do like the voice of your own. Yeah, your own. Oh, damn it, Ross! You just proved to be dishonest. You do. You
no, I
cannot,
didn't.
What you no?
You're more interested in the amounts rather than the actual existence.
Hold on. The words you used were, "This is the way you can prove X." Right. For example, you can prove that there is oxygen in the glass, for example. Right. No. You do not know if there are any other gases that can work in the same way as oxygen does in terms of keeping that flame burning.
Well, I agree. Maybe you could do it within a terrarium where you've got a whole load of plants growing and see how long it lasts for. And see if the plants produce oxygen. You could do that.
What I mean is the elements that we know of is not finite. There may be more elements than we can currently detect. Would you agree with that?
I 100% agree with you. 100% agree. Right. You're right.
So why do you say that this idea with the candle under the glass proves, that's the word you used, proves that there is oxygen in there?
Well, because the theory. Well, the theory is.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You said it.
No, shut up. No, let me explain. You asked me a question. Don't tell me. Don't overtalk me.
In there, when it does not prove that there is oxygen in there, you can say that it points toward that. You can say that it supports it. There is
the theory of combustion says that something to burn, a chemical reaction of something burning, requires oxygen and it consumes oxygen. Otherwise, it won't work. And so if you put a container over it and extinguish any more external oxygen coming into it and it goes out, it kind of backs the theory. So that kind of proves the whole idea of why we believe oxygen exists.
Well,
so,
why don't you just...
You propose a hypothesis, you conduct an experiment, and then you prove it. And so therefore we can conclude, yes, oxygen exists, is required for the oxidization to create fire, and without that, fire can't exist.
Well,
so, that is the scientific process.
Gavel, guys. So I am so glad that you decided to go to the chemical route, because Gio, what was your specialty that you have been
I have a master of science in chemistry.
So,
would you look at
so God bless you, Gio.
Is oxygen consumed during combustion?
Well, the oxygen gas is consumed, yes. However, the oxygen atoms themselves are not. They just change the oxidation state.
Become carbon dioxide, that's right.
Yeah, but the point that you made that you need oxygen for combustion is simply wrong, because oxygen is not the only oxidizing agent.
Of course not, but without it, it's not going to burn.
Over there.
Yes, actually it is.
You know the other ones then. Tell us what the other
guys do me a favor and please be quiet, because this is my point.
Jared. I'm setting the ground rules. 1-on-1, Gio, Ross, have at it. Everyone else mute.
Okay, so for example, in the fluorine atmosphere, you can set a fucking brick on fire.
What the fuck's a fluorine atmosphere?
An atmosphere, an atmosphere that's made of 100% fluorine gas.
So it's nothing like the atmosphere that we live in. Okay, gotcha. Move on.
Well, it would be gaseous. It would.
But we don't live in it. You're talking hypothetically. Let's talk about reality. Let's talk about the atmosphere we live upon. Because everything I talk about has to do with the atmosphere we live upon. Everything.
I am addressing
sound, light, you name it.
I'm addressing a specific point here. You made the point that without oxygen, combustion is not possible. That is objectively false. Do you understand that now?
No, I believe you can create artificial environments if you wish to create some sort of other chemical reaction that resembles fire. But no, it's got nothing to do with normal fire as we all experience here in our atmosphere.
Can you do me a favor and define oxidation, please?
Well, it's kind of like rust, I guess, if you want. It's the exchange of oxygen in some sort of chemical reaction. It can be done rapidly with fire. When it comes to something like wood, it's just the release of the sunlight that was imbued into it, that energy force, and it turns into carbon. So,
no. So let me actually school you on this and give you the actual definition of oxidation. Oxidation is when either an atom or a entire molecule loses electrons. When the amount of electrons in a chemical reaction in a given atom or molecule goes down, that's called an oxidation reaction. This has nothing to do with which oxidizer is used. You can do oxidation reactions using, for example, only electricity, which is how we actually make hydrogen by electrolysis.
yeah, that meant absolutely shit to me, mate, because you obscured that in so many ways that I don't even know what you even began to talk about.
How can I obscure this when I'm using scientific definitions? The one which when you ask 99.999%
We're talking about
of all
oxidization. In reality, on the world that we live upon. Let's go back to that for a second.
Yeah,
let's just deal with reality.
The fact that you actually cannot bring this definition up shows that you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. And Jared, can I swear
oxidization is the slow decay of things that are dead. But on the other hand, oxidization is something by a living plant, which is what our world is made of. Living plants, which gather solar energy and they turn the shit that comes out of the ground by absorbing all that shit, absorbing the sunlight, and then producing oxygen, which allows us oxygen breathers to use it. And if we burn it too much, then we are reducing our oxygen levels.
What exactly is oxidized by plants? Can you tell me that?
Nothing is oxidized by them until you burn them.
No,
it actually
plants oxidize something.
It's anti-oxidization. It creates oxygen.
You actually don't know what redox reactions are. What happens?
That's why we require plants to keep this world growing and living, and so that we are able to breathe. Back in the day when we had giant trees and the whole world was imbibed with oxygen, it could have been like 50% oxygen, and that's why we were able to grow to such size as giants. Plus, were the trees able to? But in these days of the ruins, where all the giant trees are cut down and it was all burnt to shit, and we've lost nearly all of our oxygen, we're living at about 17% oxygen. That's why our brains don't work to full percentage, because we don't get the oxygen requirements that we were so used to having.
Do me a favor. Tell me please what the oxidation state of oxygen is in CO2. What's the oxidation? What is the oxidation state of oxygen atoms in carbon dioxide? You don't know.
I think you're probably trying to define water, but I don't think you know.
I'm talking about carbon dioxide. I'm not talking about fucking water.
CO2 is water, isn't it?
No, CO2 is CO2. H2O is water.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Going back.
You don't know the oxidation state of oxygen and CO2. Just say you don't know, because you obviously don't.
Well, I'm just wondering if you're talking about whether you've already stimulated it with some spark to turn it into fire or not. Have you sparked it up, or is it just existing without being sparked?
You made the claim before that plants don't oxidize anything. I'm trying to explain to you that yes, they do. That's what the energy and that's what the solar energy is used for.
That's what plants do. They create oxygen.
Yes, but how? From what?
Well, from whatever they absorb out of the ground. The carbon, the elements.
No, you have no idea what you're talking about. The oxygen in plants, it comes from the carbon dioxide that they absorb from the atmosphere. And in order to get oxygen gas from carbon dioxide, you have to oxidize the oxygen atoms, because the oxygen atoms in carbon dioxide have an oxidation state of -2, meaning they have 2 electrons more than they usually come with. And in order to actually
Yeah,
get
well,
rid of those,
I have to say,
can you do me a
think
favor
you're
and shut
actually
the fuck up
speaking out
until
your
I'm
ass.
finished?
I think you're speaking out your ass anyway, so why would I want to listen to what sort of shit that's
Oh
spewing
my
out of
god,
your mouth?
you have no fucking idea what you're talking about. You have no education in chemistry whatsoever.
No, I'm not indoctrinated. That's correct.
Oh my fucking god. Jared, how did you get this guy on?
Okay, well, indoctrinate me some more with the stuff they told you in university, in the school. Meanwhile, while I was out sitting amongst the trees and listening to the trees themselves, telling me how it works. You tell me. Come on.
Okay, I'm going to tell you. Again, the oxidation state of oxygen atoms in carbon dioxide is -2, meaning they have 2 electrons too much than they usually come with. They have 8 valence electrons.
Have you ever seen an electron?
Have I ever? Yeah.
And you've seen an atom?
Yes.
You have?
Yes.
And what do they look like?
Well, with the device I'm using them, they look like, well, I'm taking a look at the surface structure of, for example, of organic molecules laying on a metal surface. So I can actually see the individual atoms in terms of height profiles.
Okay,
But
well, I'm going to call you
they
out
themselves
right
look
here,
like
right
nothing.
now as a liar,
Obviously,
because
you need a
nobody's ever
device
seen
for
an
this.
atom. Nobody's ever seen what you're talking about. You are a liar, and you're speaking through your ass. But keep telling me your indoctrinated bullshit, because this is interesting.
They made
Let's see where it goes.
they made a movie completely of carbon atoms back in the 80s.
Yeah, it's called one Little Dot or something. I guess IBM.
I think it was called Rambo, wasn't it?
So
They were all
yeah,
made of tiny little
again,
atoms.
do me a favor and actually listen, because I haven't finished my point.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Again, the oxygen atoms in carbon dioxide have a oxidation state of -2, meaning that
But you can't say oxygen.
You wanted me to make my point?
I know,
I'm
but
gonna
I'm
make
just
my
saying
point.
you can't see
So shut the fuck up,
oxygen.
please.
So how can you see oxygen atoms?
How can I see oxygen? Well, I can find out whether oxygen is there, for example, by emission spectros. Hey,
By
shut the
lighting a
fuck up
candle and putting a glass over
shut
it.
the fuck
Okay.
up and let me explain it to you.
Okay. Well, tell me all about these invisible forces you believe in. Yes, go ahead.
This is, well, invisible, yes, but not undetectable. You realize that's why we're using a device like spectrometers, for example. One stuff I regularly work with is NMR spectroscopy, which uses actually the rotational properties of the nuclei inside the molecules I'm working with.
Interesting. Do go on.
Again, please, the last sentence.
Interesting. Do go on. I'm sure you have a point.
Okay. So yeah, spectroscopy is a thing which we can use to prove shit.
Prove shit?
Yes, prove stuff. For example,
thing that I got the other day, and it can tell me how much alcohol is in my home brew. That means nothing.
For example, we can see using 13C NMR spectroscopy that the molecular properties, or the atomic properties, sorry, of carbon and CO2 is different than of carbon, as for example in graphite or in other organic molecules, because the electrons around the nucleus are present in a different way. Which influences the rotational properties of the nuclei itself. Well, not them, but the magnetic field you apply around them. But that's a little bit more complicated. So again, you said that plants do not oxidize things, and you are 100% wrong, because they oxidize the oxygen itself. They oxidize the oxygen itself that they produce. That oxygen gas itself is very reactive, because the electronic state of the individual atoms inside oxygen is unstable. They want more electrons. And if they get those electrons, for example, by combustion, they will take them, and they will not let them go again unless you apply energy to them, which is what plants do. They use the energy of the sun to actually rip 2 electrons out of oxygen and put it somewhere else.
By the way,
holy shit! I've never heard such gish gallop in my life. That is hilarious.
By the way, here's an image of atoms.
Just do me a favor, Jared. Google smallest movie ever, or YouTube it, I guess.
No, that's the most absolute amount of gish gallop I've heard in my life.
So
you asked me if I'm calling
and his atom.
and then you start telling me about invisible things doing shit that doesn't really burn them up, but that's what they do.
Yeah, because when you're talking about oxidation, you're using a wrong definition. I think.
I have to use your definition in order to understand.
Okay, do me a favor and find any other, for example, scientific dictionary or any dictionary for that matter that defines oxidation in any other way. I'm waiting.
Look, I see oxidization in my old car that I used to have. It's called rust. That's oxidization. It's the decomposition of something. It's not the creation of oxygen, which is what the plants do, which is what we require to breathe. When we breathe in oxygen, we probably breathe in 17%, we breathe out 15%. So if you're in an enclosed environment, eventually you're going to run out of oxygen and you'll suffocate and die because your brain requires some amount of oxygen, which is oxidants, which is aging and dying. And that is why when we mostly use plant material to survive and live and breathe, it's full of antioxidants, and that's why they have this negative force against us, and we have this ability to keep on living perpetually without aging, without rusting, without having all these things that you must believe we have to do, because oxidization, it's not that complicated for those who are interested in actually living and thriving for a very long time.
Can you do me a favor? Can you answer the following question? Do you know what happens when you throw sodium metal into water?
Sodium metal or sodium bisulfate?
Sodium metal.
Pure sodium.
I've never actually seen sodium in the metallic form, so I don't know. No.
Well, I have.
Tell you. Do you have a video of the metallic sodium form?
I have
I've
worked
never heard
with
of it.
metallic
I thought it was
sodium.
type of a salt.
It's so soft that you can actually cut it with a knife.
Yeah, I believe it's more like a salt rather than a metal.
No, it's actually a metal. You can
Okay,
bend
let's
it like a metal. It shines like a metal. It is a fucking metal.
Cool. Let's see it.
Okay, so so you have never seen a reaction of sodium and water. Is that correct? You have never seen what?
I've seen salt and water because that's what I do every day, but I've never seen a metallic form of what you are calling sodium.
Okay, metallic sodium, if you throw it into water, it will immediately burst into flames.
Doesn't the word soda come from sodium?
I guess it's the other way around. The mineral soda was only for the element.
Okay, I'm really so happy to see you throw some metal into water and watch it catch on fire.
Okay, but you realize that there's no oxygen gas in the water, right? You can degas water to make sure that there's no
water
oxygen
was
gas in there.
H2O.
Yes, but it's not oxygen gas. Again, you have no idea what you're talking about.
So you take the oxygen out, it's just H2. Is that what the fuck you're trying to say?
No. Gases, atmospheric gases. Hey, if you don't explain it, then shut the fuck up and let me explain it. Atmospheric gases, for
explain the fuck out of it.
Do me a favor. What is the molecular formula of oxygen gas?
O.
No.
O3?
Again, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Isn't it O3?
That's ozone, but almost.
Fuck. Okay. Well, I got close.
Oxygen gas is O2.
Thank you.
But who decided that? Who decided that?
Nobody decided this.
From hundreds of years ago, sitting in their white dresses in their high churches, told you that.
You don't decide it. You can measure it, for example, by Raman spectroscopy.
Oh, you can measure.
Yes.
Okay.
You can also determine it, for example, by gravimetry. For example.
Anyway, move on to your point. Come on. So is this sodium metal thrown into deoxygenated water?
Yeah.
Whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah. Let me explain it. Let me explain what deoxygenated water is. The gases in the atmosphere actually can dissolve to a certain degree in water, which is, for example,
I think we call that dust.
Can you do me a favor and shut the fuck up until my point is made?
No, you deserve it. Go ahead. Sure. Explain.
Okay. The atmospheric gases can actually dissolve in liquids, for example, in water. This is pretty much the same way that, for example, salt can dissolve in water. albeit to a much smaller degree, which is, for example, how fish actually, everything that lives underwater that actually has gills, breathes. They're using the small amount of oxygen gas that's dissolved in the water. You know, for example, when you have
Come on, cut to the chase, dude. Show us this fucking sodium
Stop
metal.
being
Turn
a
on fire when
fucking
you throw
cunt.
the
Can you
oxygenated water.
listen, actually? Because in order for me to make my point, I actually have to give you a slight education here.
Okay, then.
Okay. So yeah, you can dissolve gases in water. For example, a typical example you have at home would be sparkling water. That's actually carbon dioxide dissolved in water.
No shit, Sherlock. Come on. Let's get to this deoxygenated water shit. Come on.
There's actually a way to actually remove the dissolved gases in water. Now, one gas, even though it dissolves in water to a certain degree, is so fucking inert that we can ignore it, and that's nitrogen. So in the lab, for example, when we do reactions which are actually which would react with oxygen in the water, but not with the water itself, one way to actually get rid of it is just to bubble pure nitrogen through the water that you're using for a certain amount of time. Now, by this, we actually make sure that there's no dissolved oxygen gas left in the water, and that's called deoxygenated water. Now, when you throw your sodium block or your sodium wire or whatever, usually it comes in blocks. When you throw that into that deoxygenated water, it will react anyway. And the reason is because not the water itself, not the oxygen is reacting with the sodium, it's the water itself. What's happening is that the oxidizing agent is the water itself. It will react to, for example, sodium oxide, or sodium hydroxide in that case, and hydrogen. What's oxidized here is the sodium itself, and the stuff that's reduced will be the protons, the hydrogen atoms in the water molecules, and you will see them bubbling out. You will see oxygen gas formation. Hydrogen gas formation. So yeah, again, you're wrong.
What am I wrong? I'm listening to you. You're telling the story, mate.
Yeah.
Come on.
I told you, you're
Holy
wrong.
shit.
If you're saying that oxidation only works with oxygen, you're wrong.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to show me, throw some sodium metal, which you claim is a thing, into this deoxygenated water, which you claim is a thing, and watch it catch fire, which you claim is a thing. Come on, Mr. Scientist. I think you deserve to hang upside down and have your head cut off. Fuck.
Feel free to screen share as you
What a
wish.
moron.
Yep. Wait, how does the screen sharing work? Just give me a second. There we go. Whole monitor, that monitor. Okay, for example, this one. Can you see my screen?
And
hang on a sec.
now it's loaded.
You can see it.
Okay, let's see it, Mr. Nicole. Alkali metals, words.
Yeah, so that's how
So
sodium
this
metal
water has no oxygen in it. Is that what you're telling us?
Okay, you have no idea what you're talking about already. This is not water. Sodium must... Hey, shut the fuck up, please.
Sorry.
So sodium metal must actually be stored in an inert liquid, because otherwise it will oxidize away, so you cannot use it. It needs to be stored in something which it will not react with. Usually...
And what's that?
Usually you use something like hexanes, which is pretty much gasoline. But you can also use different oils.
That's the most reactive thing you can get.
Actually, not necessarily. Hexane is actually rather inert.
Yeah, that's why we don't use it as
when
fuel
it
or
comes
anything.
to a reaction.
Yeah, cool.
Okay, obviously I have no idea how hydrocarbons work, but whatever. So yeah, you store it.
So you're
usually...
soaking it in fucking fuel. Oh
yeah.
God!
Yes, you can actually store it.
This is beyond hilarious, mate.
You can actually store it in hexanes. And this is how it's usually stored. You can also use something like, for example, silicon oil works. Depends on which type. Paraffin.
What about deoxygenated water, mate? I thought you were talking about deoxygenated water.
Yeah. Let me come to the point, but I must... If you say something wrong, I'm going to correct you on that. And you said that this was water, but it's not, because you just store it under paraffin or hexane or whatever.
Under rocket fuel. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine. Okay, let's continue.
Oh, man.
Okay, so he's taking it
Let's
out.
take a rocket fuel infused piece of what? And you call that sulfide metal.
Okay, so you see you can cut it with a knife because it's rather soft. It's like
I
frozen
would call
butter.
that a metal. Yeah, that's not a metal.
Yeah, that's a metal. Look at the surface structure. It has a typical metal shine. It behaves like a
I've
metal.
never
You can shape
seen
it like
metal
metal.
being cut like that before.
There are metals that are easily cut like that.
Okay, so he's
Okay.
showing right now that it's
Mercury,
conductive.
I guess. Yeah.
Okay, so that's what happens when you throw it into water. It will immediately start reacting.
Oh, look at those big flames bursting out.
Do you see the gas formation there?
Yeah.
You do?
I call that
Okay.
a chemical reaction of anything you might put into acid. I don't call that burning.
That's not an acid, you idiot. That's just water.
Well, water can be acidic to certain elements if they're a different pH.
Yeah, but this is neutral water at pH 7.
Which is
And
soaked in some sort of rocket fuel. Far out. And look, it's levitating.
If you were, wait, if it was rocket fuel and this is an exothermic reaction, why is there not a flame?
No, that's what he had it soaked in to preserve it.
Jared, wait. What he's doing right now is with this tube that he's holding over it, he's trying to catch the hydrogen that is forming. I'm just saying, okay? Because that's what the candle is for. He will use this candle
gives
to
up
actually set the
hydrogen,
hydrogen
yeah.
on fire.
As you do, yeah. We're going to get a nice little boom here, is he?
You see that? Okay.
That's not what I'd expect.
What he's shown here, sorry. What is shown here is that what is oxidized is the sodium metal, and what is reduced. And by the way, the reduction reaction is the exact opposite of an oxidation. So when something gets more electrons in a reaction, it's called a reduction. That's not.
This has been the biggest waste of my time ever.
Oxygen ever. Sorry, that's not oxygen. In this case, the stuff that gets reduced is the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen atoms inside the water molecules, and you can prove that by catching the gas that's evaporating, that's forming, and test whether that's hydrogen. One easy test, one easy way to show that it might be hydrogen is by setting it on fire with a flame. Obviously, there's
well,
better
there
ways.
goes my hydrogen generator idea, doesn't it? If it's not going to burn, if it's just going to put out a flame, then jeez.
Okay, then let's repeat the same shit
That's
for
destroyed
potassium.
a whole lot of science of people that actually make hydrogen generators.
Let's go for
to run their
potassium.
cars off. For fuck's sakes.
You want to see something more
man.
aggressive? Let's go for potassium. So potassium.
I think I've had enough, actually.
Hey,
Right,
Gio, I got a question.
Yes.
Gio, I got a question. After the sulfate metal is added, or the sodium metal is added, what does the chemical makeup of the water become?
Sodium hydroxide.
Okay.
Obviously, why? Do you understand why?
The oxygen's being replaced with the sodium.
Reacted with water, probably.
Yeah, basically what's happening is that when you remove, after you remove one of the, theoretically, if you would do this stoichiometrically, right? If you had the exact amount of
or hydrogen, not oxygen. My bad.
Wait, if you had the exact amount of sodium, you would need to actually oxidize. To react with all the
Salt water.
Then you would get, in the end, you might get sodium oxide. But since the water is in excess here, there's an equilibrium between sodium oxide and water and sodium hydroxide. So what will form sodium hydroxide? Because the protons actually can jump between the different oxygen atoms. That's why slightly acidic or slightly basic water is so fucking conductive.
I don't ordinarily like to name drop or anything like that, but my mother was a pharmacist her whole life, and that's the whole reason why I ended up becoming more of a naturopathist, because I could see what pharmacological concepts and thinking does to people's minds. It makes people insane. If you're a naturopathist, you understand the way that nature works, and you work with nature, and you don't do shit like this to try and prove your point.
These elements are directly from nature.
Terrific. Of course they are. Of course they are. And they can be quite toxic if you use them the wrong way. And that's what naturopathy and everything is all about, is understanding how to extract the correct balance of these things from the plants to absorb the sunlight and absorb all the other carbon and so forth through them to create the atmosphere which we can breathe and live in, which is the air we are breathing. But where you can use these plants for medicinal purposes if we really need to. But otherwise, if we're living a pure and free life.
I can't take it anymore, Jared.
Well, while he's still rambling, and now that we won't get an echo of me saying this, I have no hesitation to say, I'm not sorry, Ross, but all these anecdotes you give, I don't believe a goddamn single one of them.
No.
And he has, like I put in the live chat there. Yeah. Ross, you have your nose so far up your own ass that you can smell your own armpits with your knees. I am absolutely convinced that you are a Poe.
Yeah, you have no fucking idea what you're talking about. That's the entire point.
Wow. Yeah.
And everything you said so far shows this.
You know,
where's that game show quote when you need it?
I have an absolute fear of becoming jobless right now. So this is the reason why I am not drinking on the freaking gallon right here.
Well, you realize
Ross is driving me to swallow this whole thing. Actually, you know what? I might go by the hospital and talk to a friend of mine about getting a mainline IV and just downing it that way when I get home in the morning.
Well, it's 9:21 a.m. over here, and I already feel the urge to start drinking because of this guy.
Oh, I'm already drinking.
We've been at this since, let's say, close to 3 in the morning.
Bo, quit over talking him.
Yeah, I was going to say, we the show started almost 7.5 hours ago.
Oh God, you poor souls.
Well, here's the thing. We actually started out as a typical VTW, and then I decided, you know what? Hell, since one flurfer that I invited onto the panel over at Planner Walks decided not to show up, Bo saw that Ross here had joined the Discord server and was active. So I was like, you know what? Hey, let's get some enjoyment. Let's get a little bit of our masochist fun going on, and invite him onto the panel.
I invited him to the Discord server because I seen he was sitting in a voice chat by himself.
Oh, Piggy.
I instantly made him a hub mic.
I do not pity the beating that I'm about to give you.
Hey, you're very late on that because he's been there.
Whoa, quit over talking Flat Earth Aussie. Jesus. It's not fair. We're all over
that he's talking. You can't see his microphone activity. Oh wait.
Listen. We know he's talking, okay?
Yeah, we know.
Jeez.
Do I walk him through how to unmute again?
No.
Okay.
Gio, it has been a pleasure to watch your shows. I greatly enjoy your content.
Thank you very much, mate.
Let me do my typical suck up for the guys that are actually smarter than I am, that I actually learn from. You know, I mean, and I admit I learn a lot from being here on the panel, but I also learn a lot from you, Planar, and other individuals. So
let me interrupt you. You wish? Speaking of suck up, can we go for a hooker look?
We cannot.
Okay.
Well, you wish.
I did buy a camera. For Hooker Watch tonight, by the way.
Awesome.
Deputy Sheriff. That's scary.
Well, so you wished.
Well, Deputy Sheriff, you inspired me to open up a bottle.
Basically, what you're saying is you're appreciative of everyone who's a regular on the panel except Pig.
Yeah, pretty much. Because Pig has a tendency to forget that I work deep into overnights, all the way up to 6 a.m. certain mornings, and likes to call me after I've had about an hour of sleep and 3 beverages. So,
can I just kick the Flat Earther? Can I have that?
No, you can't kick the Flat Earther. That's Jared's job.
Well,
you wished you do have a.
I just went blind. Oh my God! I just went blind.
Yeah,
I was looking at my screen.
Disturb you.
Well, here's the thing. With how long with how long it's been going, I'm actually thankful for that little bit of mercy from Pig. I'm surprised he decided to actually do that. Normally he would be the one to say, no, let's keep it fucking going, because he's a sadist like that most of the time.
Yes.
But for those who have enjoyed this wonderful show and another dose of stupid instead of movie night, I hope you enjoyed. I'm actually planning on clipping this one after, just to clip out the portion here where we had Ross on with us and make that its own separate entry.
Thank you, because I was gonna ask you if I could borrow that, especially if you can clip that down to where I just lit Ross a new one.
Yeah, Jared, can you do me a favor? Can I please mirror the part of the show on my channel where I am in?
Oh, yeah, by all means. Like I said, once this is done processing, the entire Hangout will still remain active as one whole thing, but I will be downloading it, clipping out just the Ross portion, and uploading that as its own thing. And from that, Gio, you can pull out your portion, so when I go to upload it, I will throw it on a Google Drive and give you the link to it.
Gio, before we end it, can you yell 9, like the number 9 a couple times?
Why should I do that? I don't understand why you want me to do this.
It'll make me happy.
Why?
Okay.
Hey, it's even more kinky.
Shut up,
in
Bo.
Danish. It means naked in your,
Yeah. It'll make me happy, Gio.
9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9.
See, Piggy, you're going about it all wrong.
And with that, yeah, they both ruined it. But with that, we will see you all later today for Canar with Damar.